You have ET, he's probably one of the best ones, like to just stomp any kind of aggressiveness that the enemy team is trying to make. And yeah, I like what I see from DJ. Like 3 points in Echo Stomp. Already said that he doesn't need to put an extra one in Astral Spirit because the landing stage against the Enchantress, it gets dispelled. 1 point in Order and Earth Splitter as well, you know, just to zone people out. It also deals not as much damage right now as it does at the later stages of the game, but still like the spell that you need to get. So he's just going to max out that Echo Stomp and probably just max out Aura after that.
Do you think just willingly using that Dream Coil was a bit of a problem? Ooh, hold on. Jabs getting pushed up on. As Whitemon will grab the kill onto the Skywrath Mage. Masaros, he's thinking about going in. He's got Raven right here. The duel will be used on Akaru. Drop the Dream Coil. Can they get the kill in time? Yes, they can. More dual damage going the way. The Legion Commander of the Rolling Thunder comes in from Cuckoo. Not landing, splitting the seams of the Radiant side. And now on back towards the tower. But again, Fnatic, they're always looking for this counter initiation. That's just how they played the mid fight. You come in with the Dream Coil and it doesn't do much for you on T1. Well, Fnatic are going to make you pay, and they've already done so twice. Will
I wouldn't say like the problem is Puck getting coiled, but Puck is not getting too much out of the map right now. Legion Commander, same amount of farm as Puck at the moment. I think the problem was in the previous fight where the Sun Ray didn't come like straight away, so Puck would be able to actually live and maybe even use his spells multiple times, but that didn't happen. And now Puck kind of struggling, you know, still going for that Witchblade, which is an insanely good item. I feel like the timing for it is not gonna be the greatest.
Getting that kill onto the Phoenix and another duel victory. Raven
this is
gets
sick.
credit for that
like
one.
40
damage.
14 minutes in is just too good. 1,000 gold away from a Blink Dagger. A bit worried for T1 at the moment. Like, good thing going for them is Pangolier has Maelstrom already done, I believe. Just needs to use the Courier, and they don't have any abilities that can stop Pangolier's Rolling Thunder, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. Wraith King, Hand of Midas, into Armlet. There's also no mana burn for Wraith King, so his ulti is pretty much always going to be available. But the timing, this is what Fnatic is looking into. Like Monkey King's BKB timing, plus Io's Aghanim Scepter on top of Helm of the Dominator, that's a lot of damage. And then they can start putting some pressure on Tier 1 tower on a mid lane, possibly after getting a kill or two, turn that into Roche.
Soon have that Blink Dagger available with Masaros, then you can lead with the Blink Duel. It's already 1-4, and that's without the Blink Dagger, and he'll be able to find better positioning to go for more. It feels like a decent spot for, more than decent spot for Masaros to be in. You've got Raven who's leading the net worth. Things kind of fall off a little bit to the Monkey King and then the Legion, but still, despite the fact that they're behind 1K, it feels like they're leading the charge at least right now in the game. They'll try to bring this over. They've got the Dream Coil out on the Jabs. Catch him. Rolling Thunder committed to this as well. Does secure them a kill. They're looking for Masaros. Dancing around those trees, looking to not get hit by the Rolling Thunder, which ends right before he gets up onto Masaros, who's disarmed for the moment. The TPs are coming through from Fnatic. The question is whether or not they're going to be in time. They also have the relocate, and now, again, here comes the counter initiation. But they've got the Supernova down. It's about to pop, but not in time. Cuckoo, he is trying to TP out and will be successful in doing so. The Supernova looked well placed. It just
it did, but then they brought more numbers and they had nothing to defend the egg with. Like Pangolier is a really good egg defender with either a disarm or just a Rolling Thunder.
All this is happening. The bottom tier 2 for Fnatic is down to 500 health. Pushing in is the Wraith King Skeletons.
To go back to the talk about like ET, this is something that, you know, makes a difference. Like your skill build, we're talking about the game yesterday in Chinese region where ET had like 4-4-0 build on position 5 ET. But look at this, you have max Stomp, you have 2 points in Aura, plus you have Earth Splitter on the level 8. So I'd choose this anytime.
Now Masaros and DJ will smoke. Picking up that Blink Dagger, looking to debut it. Finding a spot to go for this duel. There are a couple heroes from T1 just sitting in the Radiant jungle, namely Cuckoo. but I don't believe... Yeah, Radiant does not have vision on them, so smoking and trying to go in blind at the moment.
They're just trying to get a pick off. Legion Commander plus Skywrath Mage is enough pretty much to kill anyone at this point. But as I said, their timing is BKB on Monkey plus Aghanim Scepter on Io. A bit of out of sync. Io will finish Aghanim Scepter. Monkey still needs like 500 gold. And they also have a Blink Dagger, a shiny new one on LC.
We've been seeing a lot of Monkey Kings go into the Battle Fury Axe. Is that just something you don't do?
I mean, Battle Fury Axe is too greedy. Axe is more than fine because it gives you that tower damage, it gives you like farm ability, more team fight presence. He still might go back to it after getting a BKB, but they have no abilities that pierce magic immunity, so I can understand why Moon is going for it.
So just getting a couple hundred more gold, and then he'll have the BKB ready to go.
Once BKB is up, push out the lanes, smoke up, try to get a pick off. Legion plus Sky. Deadly combo. This is something that the Fnatic is looking to do in the next few minutes. But T1, farming, you know, Raid King on top of net worth. He is the hero that really flash farms. His Kellys are maxed out. And yeah, things are working out well for them right now. So Puck, double damage popped. Witchblade is up. Let's see which route he takes. 30 damage talent. Okay, so we know what he wants to do.
Looking to deal as much damage as possible. Might be able to find Jackie. They spot this Wraith King, and there's the duel. Mystic Flare right on top of him. Winner, winner, chicken dinner now with 50 dual damage. They drop down the Wukongs. They try to kill off Jackie a second time and are successful in it. As Cuckoo just a little bit late with the Rolling Thunder.
Still wouldn't make a difference because they already killed him once. They dueled him, got the damage, and once he respawns, like, there is no real counterplay. Right now, Fnatic feels really strong. Keep fighting with Io. I like what I see. The item build, jabs.
In trouble. Sunray on top of him. He'll burn out. Elder Titan looking next. Supernova on the back lines of this. Moon hits the balance strike onto Carl. They're trying to get the kill into the Puck, but they just don't have the control for the moment. They get the kill into Zephyr. They're going to take out one. They already have Wraith King out of the fight. Cuckoo trying to man fight as he'll finish off Raven, losing his life to Visaros, but now they've got duel again, but the victory is there for Whitemon. Thanks for the 20 damage. Moon will still chase, try to kill this Enchantress, finishes him off with the Boundless Strike, and now it's Carl v Moon on a 1v1, although Jackie might have something to say about this.
What do you think about it? 20 damage is not a joke on a hero like Enchantress. She already deals a ton of right-click damage with that impetus, which is maxed out. Still feel like Fnatic's teamfight is much stronger when Monkey King has ulti. That fight, they didn't have duel, they didn't have Monkey King's ulti, they did not have Earth Splitter. So if it's like full 5-on-5 engagement, it's really strong. Like, Monkey can deal with the egg, especially if Legion Commander uses Presty attack, and they have nothing, again, that pierces through magic immunity. So probably Monkey King's job is going to be to try to take out that Supernova.
And he did just that in that fight. Cuckoo ending up killing off Raven, and this was, again, for the most part, without Jackie involved. He was killed earlier as they found him twice bottom. A little tough for T1. I think that fight goes a little bit better if they've got the Wraith King, especially without everything they have. But now this time, win one duel against me, shame on you. Or shame on me. I forget how the saying goes. Either way, there's more dual damage.
Shame on whoever loses the duel, I think.
Yeah.
That's it.
Won't be getting 20 from me anymore, especially when we've got Mystic Flare available. They're still looking to pressure the Tier 1 tower. T1 looking to defend. They come in with everybody but the Enchantress, who's up in 8.
That's why they're called T1. You know, they defend their Tier 1 towers.
Still got 2 up. Winning the T1 battle at the moment. And still up about 1,000 net worth. However, Raven leading in net worth. Moon catching up. He's right there with the Wraith King. Who, Jackie, he's got Blink, Armlet, Midas. Now going into the AC and BKB.
Still, I can't say I felt the influence of the Wraith King, like his power in this game, he's involved in only one kill, and that's the kill from the laning stage.
Stun
this is a
out.
good target to eliminate.
On Masaros, they'll try to get the Legion Commander, and I think once they saw that, they started to back off on Fnatic, except for Moon. Taking some right clicks, gets low, just able to TP out.
Legion Commander really needs to be careful about positioning, because if they take him out as the first target, there is no attack speed for the egg, and there's no counterplay like the silence, the stuns, disarms, and like that he's going for BKB straight away. No Blade Mail, has that budget Blade Mail in Chip West, so just having a BKB is kind of a must-have. IO also getting one, which I really like, so once they get those 3 BKBs, the fights are going to be so much easier for them to take. Like, they can choose who they want to kill. Like, because there's nothing that goes through Magic Community. Phoenix is level 12, so that means Supernova 8 hits the kill, which makes a lot of difference. But whoever like wins the next fight is just probably going to go into Roche Pit, unless, you know, we have 1 versus 1 hero left in the end, which we've seen a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, Zephyr looking like he's taken over in the priority for experience and farm over Whitemon. He started up towards top, but he's now level 13. Like you said, 8 shots. It definitely could be a difference maker. Some of these Supernovas that have died have been pretty close, especially the one up top. If that one had an extra hit or 2, would have definitely gone off. Moon just about to finish the Desolator on this Monkey King. Balance Strike comes through, but the Waning Rift silences up the Monkey King. They're going to go for this. Swashbuckle, Icarus died. BKB's been popped by Moon. They have the Rolling Thunder coming through from Cuckoo. They also drop down the Dream Coil. Moon TP's away. Still might find jabs, and they have themselves a Wraith Fire Blast with Rolling Thunder bouncing him up into the air and eventually finishing him off. So Jackie with the kill. That's his first kill of the game.
Yeah. Pangolier pinging out the Roche, like, yeah, we can take it. Not sure if the rest of the team agrees. Monkey King, no Wukongs, no BKB. And it's also very hard to just straight up go into Roche Pit against the Elder Titan. Yeah, this is what's going to happen. But Ice Frog says, you know, I'll bless this team with casual double damage on Wraith King.
Makes this way easier. Boundless Strike, Whitemon getting blown up. They'll go for the Supernova, and, well, now they have to retreat. Let's see if Fnatic go in for this. They've got the duel. They'll drop the Mystic Flare right down on a Cuckoo. They get the kill into the Pangolier. The Icarus dive away. Carl and Jackie trying to fight the Legion Commander. They've got the silence with the Waning Rift. They'll finish off Masaros. But now Jackie, is he in a bad position? The double damage is about to run out. He might lose his first life. Killing off DJ. The damage is too much with the BKB being popped by Moon. They'll go for the second one. Have the silence. Do they have the damage? Carl hitting away, but just not doing enough to save this Wraith King. Dream Coil plays down. Rolling Thunder coming in from Cuckoo, who bought back. They'll snap it. We're even keeping Moon at a decent level of health. And now they'll try to turn. They've disarmed Raven. Sunray right on top of the 2 of them. Moon burning down low. Impetus shots coming in. Whitemon takes him out.
Whitemon kills the Moon, but a couple of buybacks expended on both sides. Like, Puck is just food. If Skywrath Mage gets the Ancient Seal on him, it's a 6-second duration silence. There is no counterplay. Like, you do not have a Yule Scepter. I see a Lincoln Sphere being queued up. Maybe Yule Scepter would have been a better choice. You know, it's a cheaper item to get, and it can also, like, dispel Monkey King. You can dispel press the attack, one way to, like, protect the egg, and you have your own way to get rid of the silence. But he's thinking, yeah, maybe I just need something against the duel.
Feels
it's a lot of gold,
yeah.
You know. Lincoln Sphere, hard to get, especially if you died 2 times in a row.
They don't even end up getting that Roche. They were granted the double damage, but Fnatic, again, looking like their counterplay has just been pretty stellar. And you see this, I guess the comparison, you see it in boxing, a counterpuncher.
Yeah.
Just waiting for the other side to attack or land that counter uppercut. That
it's a different style, you know. Like, You can think about it in Dota, considering the lineup that you have. You can't, like right now, it doesn't matter that much because you have that Legion commander with a Blink Dagger. But before Legion had the Blink, you would mostly just, you know, counter initiate, see what your opponent is doing, and then just react to that.
So Moon going for that Ags now that he's picked up the Desolator. Legion commander, like we said, BKB. A couple of items being built here for Fnatic that we'll see if they change up these fights maybe a little bit.
Io
thinking Kaya Hart.
Yeah, not too bad, you know. It's also Sanj Kaya. Sanj is completed, just needs to be delivered because Overcharge now gives spell amplification, and you're mostly relying on the spirits to deal the damage. So it kind of understand what he's going for. It could be like a new build since the recent changes to Overcharge.
Jackie gets into the trees and TP's out as Moon was heading his way towards top. Pretty quiet for the last 2 minutes or so. It seems like both teams have gotten a little bit complacent and just backing up for a moment and farming, pushing out the lanes a little bit.
Everyone's just being careful about the Roche. Like, if you kill 2 heroes without casualties, the enemy team needs to fall back, and it's kind of free Roche for you, because we also had a couple of buybacks in the previous fight, so both teams playing very cautious at the moment.
Zephyr also going for a BKB. He's got that Veil, has that Yules. It'll be a long way till he gets that BKB, though. A lot of gold for a support to get. But he's got 2 significant items, getting closer to that level 3 on the Supernova. We'll see, again, just adding hits needed. Might be the difference maker in these fights.
Now that I'm thinking about it, like, Heart on Io makes so much sense because it doesn't have this out of combat like region. You have the constant region on Heart back once again.
Ooh. Psychic Headband for the Radiant side. Who's taking that? If anybody.
It could be Sky. Just, you know, have way of pushing enemies away from you, and the cast range is really nice. Also, the extra and
Swashbuckle coming through. Balance strike on a Cuckoo. Moon taking a lot of damage. He pops the BKB. They have the suit coming in. Now the duel, but the Legion commander looking like he's going to lose that one. Jackie's got himself some damage. They've got the Supernova. That pops, and now the Dream Coil to follow it up. This fight going pretty well for T1 for the moment, but can they clean up? DJ chasing Whitemon. Got tether from Raven to Moon, and Caro trying to jump back in, and now Illusory Orb out. Just a 1-for-1.
Monkey King is back in.
Whitemon getting low. The spirits just do it on the long range. Far away from the Monkey King, but doesn't mean the spirits aren't going to grab you. Now they're back in a Roche. Everything's been used for T1.
Fnatic might need to reset. Wait for BKBs to come back online. Don't fully commit to this Roche. They still have a ton of region with, you know, Io. They also need Legion commander. Legion bought back in the previous fight, so that's why it's taking pretty much forever to respawn.
There's the blink forward. Jackie with stun. Moon in trouble. Sunray on him. They'll take out Moon. Now he buys back. Roche getting low. Can they snag this Aegis away? Jackie snatches the Aegis. That's because Radiant get the kill. The Icarus dive over. They take out Jabs. T1 come out with an Aegis, and now they're going to find their hands around the neck of DJ. Try to get this kill, but the Elder Titan just too fast for Jackie.
Reload out. This is why I said that they need to reset their BKB timings. That this might be the game-losing moment.
Big victory. Jackie jumps in. He wants to go for Misaros, but the sweep from DJ. They couldn't kill him earlier, and now he's impactful in this little engagement.
Reincarnation up in 5, but not fast enough. Wow. Okay,
Just
so with this move, they're back in the game.
And take out the Aegis, take him out a second time. They've got the Yules. Cuckoo jumping forward with the balance strike, gets Zephyr. They want Cuckoo, who rolling Thunder away with BKB being popped by Moon. He was able to take out the Phoenix. They were looking for a Whitemon, but the attention went towards the Phoenix, and Enchantress kind of scurries away.
Moon at least got 2 kills after that buyback. They didn't get the Aegis. A bit of a mistake from Fnatic there to choose that the Roche fight instead of just waiting a couple of seconds and then reinitiating. Also, Legion Commander was about to respawn, but they got the best out of it, you know. Also, T1 overextending a bit. Wraith King probably had a false sense of security where he thinks, yeah, I have Aegis, I have my reincarnation back up in a couple of seconds. Then they blow him up twice so fast.
Yeah, look at this. They get the duel on a Carl. They'll win that. And then Jackie comes through. Almost gets Masaros, but the sleep is what gives them the first life pop. And they have Wukong's command right on top of him and the Earth Splitter, which is perfectly timed.
That was just sick, man. It's so hard to time it.
That was really, really well played by the ET. Then they, of course, get the +1 on the Phoenix.
You know why? Because he does not have 440 build.
He's got max out in the natural order.
Yeah. It's a good ability.
BKB popped by Moon. They're still chasing. Goes into the Wukong's command. Supernova committed to this, and they take out Moon. They bring a lot of these heroes down bottom. Everybody, actually, for T1. And now he's dead for 107 seconds.
I see what he's doing. You know, he just wants to use that extra respawn timer right now. Does not want to save it for later. Because I don't think T1 will be able to just push the high ground. Yeah, they have a minute and a half. Probably will try to pressure it a bit. But against ET, let's see how the big boy can hold the high ground. Here it comes, the Spirit.
Try to get the sleep in. Sounds out of the Wraith King, and then the sleep will miss. Hits the creeps. Blink duel, Mystic Flare. Jackie losing that first life. Another victory from Masaros. He's got 140 damage.
And push suddenly stopped. Monkey's out in 50. Don't think they'll try to go for another high ground. This is why ET is probably the best counter-initiation hero in the game. Finally, Puck also has a Lincoln Sphere, so doesn't have to care too much about that like dual initiation. And they don't have too many spells that they can remove the Lincolns with. Like there's dual. Oh, no BKB.
And silence onto the Legion Commander with Waning Rift. They have the kill. They have the Dream Coil. Kill off jabs. Take out a second. Earth Splitter flies in. Swashbuckle looking over towards DJ. Make it a third.
Wow, make
Fnatic.
it a chain feed. Like they done such a great job defending the tier 1 tower, and then they decide to defend the tier 2 tower for no reason and
step out a little bit too far.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it's an opportunity to go back to the tier 3 bottom. You've got 2 heroes up against the 5 of T1. We'll see how willing they are to press this as the Monkey King respawns. So Moon, this is presence enough to back away T1, and it seems like that is so. However, Jackie looks Moon in the eyes. They both back away. Dream Coil on cooldown for another 18 seconds.
Okay, Fnatic should just, you know, hold the high ground. Moon in a bit of a trouble if Wraith King finds him.
Instead, they want to go for Jackie. Wukong's command as well as the Boundless Strike. They'll bring in Raven. Do they have the damage to get the first life out of his hands? He pops the BKB. His armlet toggling, trying to survive. Walks away. Really close to grabbing that kill onto the Wraith King. That could have been disastrous.
Now, Fnatic was playing so well first, like, 25 minutes of the game, and a couple of bad decisions put them in the spot. Like, they decided to try to defend the tier 2 tower. They could also play the Roche fight a bit differently. Now Monkey King uses Wukong's while a Legion Commander is dead. I think they want like too much stuff like to happen at the moment when it's not available.
Mm-hmm. The gold progression for Moon seems to have fallen off quite a bit. He was you know, really moving forward, picked up that Deso, had the BKB ready to go. Now he's going to get into the Ags in just a second. But we were talking about that Ags a little while ago. It felt like he was going to get that at a much better timing.
Yeah, that buyback really cost him a lot.
So Whitemon just up towards top with Zephyr. The rest of the team coming in. Cuckoo will join in with Jackie. And then Carl He's going to TP back towards the base. He was cleaning up bottom. He's picked up his own axe. Big one to have at this point in the game.
Against 3 BKBs, it's really, really good. Like Black on the panel said, this is the best axe in the game. I don't think it's like the best one, but definitely tier 1 Aghanim Scepter upgrade.
Spell Prism for the Wraith King, or at least found by him. Roche up in potentially a minute and 23 seconds. 2-1 postured towards the pit and ready to take on Fnatic if they come out a little bit too far. And we saw that when they went to the tier 2 tower, how that fight for T1 went. BKB for the Elder Titan next. You've got Stormcrafter picked up by the Monkey King, and the Trickster Cloak found by the Pangolier. He's going to hold on to that too.
It's not a bad item. Like on certain heroes like the assassin type heroes, the evasion is really good. Invis is really good, but it also gives evasion and magic resistance, which is kind of dope. Also, none of the heroes bought Shard this game, 40 minutes in.
Any Shard that you think is of value in this game? All that thought, they're going to find themselves. DJ Duel comes through onto this Pangolier. They kill off Cuckoo. Whitemon and Jackie are looking like they're retreating. Although Jackie turns on Raven for a second, throws one right click. There's a Wraithfire Blast onto Moon. They bought back on Cuckoo. Whitemon moving forward. Karl's here. Let's see what he can do with this. The Supernova right on top of Masaros. That pops and the Dream Coil comes down onto Raven. Jackie with the Wraithfire Blast. That hits onto the Monkey King once again. They're looking for the Rolling Thunder coming in from Cuckoo, but Jackie getting low, losing that first life as the Wukong's command is right on top of him. He's going to be in trouble once again. Pops the BKB. He's on the run. Moon trying to chase. He's got the Jingle with the Waning Riveting onto the IO as well as the Monkey King. Now they're right on top of Raven. Boundless Strike hits the backlines, gets onto Karl. Whitemon throwing some of his shots over, but that's just not enough damage. Sunray to try and save Cuckoo, who bought back. He's going to be dead for 104 seconds. Silence onto the Monkey King. Moon trying to run. He's tethered up on Raven, and now Jackie and Zephyr, they get close. They'll take out Whitemon, look towards the rest. Zephyr gets hit with the Spirits. He's out of this one for 79. A blink towards the base of the Radiant side, and Karl will escape.
Talking about the region, click on the IO. We have Heart that got changed, so you have 1.6% max health region per second. That's quite nice, you know. You have Paladin Sword to amplify all that region, and then you have Kaya and Sanj that also gives 30%, you know, self HP region and lifesteal amplification. So combine that with the overcharge, that gives, you know, 16% spell amp, and the I would like to see some like real math to see how much actual region IO was, you know, landing on that Monkey King in the previous fight. That was actually sick. They can't focus Monkey. They need to straight up go and try to kill IO.
Now we need a mathematician in the chat. Help us out real quick. Do the numbers, crunch them, give us a result. You got Raven now level 25. He's gone into the attack tethered allies target. Does this change his build at all? He's going into the AC next.
Yeah, AC is more than fine. And now with the attack tethered allies target, it's quite nice, you know. One of the better 25 talents, I would say, especially when you play the core IO.
Spell Prism found by Skywrath, and he's going to keep it. So that'll put the Concussive Shot on a 9.8 second cooldown, Arcane Bolt on a 1.6 second cooldown, and the Silence, the Ancient Seal, 4.9 second cooldown, 6 second duration.
Not too bad, huh?
No, not bad at all.
So you can perma-silence people.
Is that like a Spell Prism, you pick that up, and now you think like, what if I go Ags? Now you're silencing 2 people on a 4.9 second cooldown?
It's a possibility, yeah. I see 4 staff queued up, which could make a lot more difference in a team fight than the Ags. Cheaper to get, of course, but if you push people out of the focus that like Raid King is trying to kill, could make the difference.
So more so looking for that mobility help, get that 4 staff, not terribly far away from it either.
Even though, like Fnatic, is winning these team fights. They got the Roche, Cheese, Aegis, T1, still 4K gold ahead.
Raven relocating, has to defend that top tier 3. Taking a lot of damage just from those siege creeps. He's getting close. He's got 4,300 gold saved up. Looking for that AC. There's
Duel.
the duel on a Carl with the Mystic Flare. Another win. Masaros has got a lot of damage now at a clean 200.
And pretty much the only spell they have to remove the Lincoln Sphere is Arcane Bolt. Yeah, it's 1.6 cooldown ability. So that's pretty nice. And they have Ancient Seal. Other than that, there's nothing.
But with it being available on such a low cooldown, you could really abuse that. Make sure that Lincoln's is just almost never in play. Like, you know for sure that you can pretty much pop it, right?
Yeah.
Wraith King going Abyssal. I know Cuckoo, he was working on one as well. So multiple Abyssals, and then Carl going into the Daedalus, trying to get more damage. But this is a problem. He's got buyback. He's dead for another 40 seconds. Fnatic are knocking on the door of the tier 3 bot. They're ready to go. They've got the Aegis in the hands of Moon. Question is, can T1 defend? Are they willing to use that buyback? Are they trying to hold it? Will they give up one tier 3, maybe a set of racks? Whitemon in some trouble, blinking deep. Looking for this duel. He'll get it, loses his life afterwards, and now the buyback comes out from Carl, though. Dreamcoat would be dropped down. They get the kill on Zephyr. They'll lose DJ. Buybacks all over the place with the Wukong's command being placed by Moon. Going after Jackie solo. Armlet toggle to survive and walk away. Carl kills off Jabs. Lincolns gets popped. The balance strikes in. Ooh, just jaunts over.
So they lost the 3 heroes.
Jackie?
Legion Commander bought back.
Is
They're
he
still
too far
chasing.
forward? They've got the silence, and they'll take out his first life. They don't have Wukong's to place right on top of him. Masaros doesn't have a duel for 13 seconds. The BKB being popped by Moon. Sunray from Zephyr right on top of the Wraith King. They back up past the tier 3 tower, but Moon almost seemingly not scared to go past the tier 3 and in between the tier 4s, just like we saw Masaros do a second ago.
And they go back a bit, reset full HP. There's still Cheese and Aegis. And once Monkey King starts to, summon a couple of those Monkey Jingle Warriors around him, it's very hard to initiate on him.
Raven, Moon, Illusory Orb right on top. And there's the blink forward, going with the Ray Fire
is available
Blast.
if needed.
Do they have the damage? It does not look like it's so. Duel on a Whitemon, another winner there for Fnatic. They'll look over at Jackie. They'll take him out. He does have buyback. Carl on the run. This is not looking good for T1. This is about a 20,000 net worth shift towards Fnatic, who are up 8K.
Aegis is gone. Jackie still dead. Might need to be forced to use a buyback here, and there it is. Not sure what they can get out of this. Monkeys, he still wants to fight. BKB plus Wukong's command is up.
Dreamcoat comes through on a 2 as well as the Waning Rift. They've got the Dreamcoat on a Raven as well as Moon, but this seems more like a disengage than anything, as T1 will go back to their high ground and try to defend potentially one last time.
This is it. They only have one more fight. If they lose this fight, the game just ends.
So let's see what they can do with this. Smoke up from T1. Waning Rift, Illusory Orb coming from the back, looking over towards the Elder Titan DJ, but the Balance Strike, that hits on a Jackie. He's getting bashed away. That first life is already out of his hands. He'll come back alive. Penguin with the swashbuckle out. They've got the Wukong's command as well as the duel right on top of the Wraith King. He gets low. Jackie will fall. Another winner there for the Legion Commander.
That's
they
it.
take
That's
out
the game.
puck, and that will be it. Fnatic coming back from a bit of a deficit up to about 10K, and they find themselves with game 1 in their hands. Really well done by Fnatic to bring that back.
Yeah, I said they're playing so well, even with the deficit. Couple of weird decision making around the first Roche, but in the end they make it work. Like this build on IO, mwah, absolute perfection.
That's the sign of approval.
Yeah,
I like it.
And so good. Like I would just love to see the healing numbers. That'd be dope.
Yeah,
because these are like over probably 100,000 healing coming out from Wisp.
Yeah, that was really impressive, and there were a couple points where it felt like Fnatic may have let go of it. They come out, defend the tier 2, they end up getting punished for that, and all of a sudden they fight back. They get through what was like a 10,000 net worth deficit, and
Fnatic had a great understanding what their timings are in this game, where they, get that Aghanim Scepter on Io, they get BKB on Monkey King, and then they just, keep fighting. Like, this is what lineup is really good about. They're not using too many long cooldowns and just straight up engagement, I like what I see.
Yeah, I like what I see too, so we'll hear what the panel's thoughts are on that one. We'll throw back over to Nomad and crew. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Ben. Yeah, that was a hell of a turnaround. I mean, a really close match, actually. Two teams locked inside almost like an arm wrestle, getting tighter and tighter until one of the teams, they just snapped, didn't they, Black?
Yeah, I mean, okay, I'm the bad boy here, so I'll get the bad out of the way. And you can talk about the good.
Okay,
How's that sound?
sure.
Okay, so the two bad things about T1. First of all, the Wraith King did not skill his crit until like level 8.
Okay.
Which I've never seen in my life before. His new crit is his best ability out of any spell he has, and he just refused to skill it. I don't know why. It really slowed down his own game super much. And second thing, why don't you build any vessel against an IO? They had no vessel.
Okay.
It's the biggest counter to
So
IO.
those are your two bads.
Yes.
Okay. My one good on the side of Fnatic is you have a first 11,000 MMR, one of the first, right? And you have Moon, who's also, I'm sure, like 10k plus, relocating on top of you. That's more MMR than our Twitch chat combined, relocating on one hero. Like, what can you do? Vessel ain't gonna help with that, dude. Come on, chill. But my problem is, like you said, very weird overall. Let me harp on the bad ones as well a little bit.
Sure.
I'm gonna steal your
I'm
spotlight.
happy.
I don't understand how T1 played this game. It was so uncoordinated. You have such a good teamfight composition, but you're wasting your spells on useless targets. Like, they, in the first 15-20 minutes, they waste their ultis on Skyrat, on Elder Titan. They are never together fighting around objectives. Hell, they had 10k advantage, but that 10k advantage wasn't turned into anything. First tier 2 fell 30 minutes in the game. They're just not taking the map properly. And this Wraith King, for me, is an amazing carry, but he falls off versus Monkey. And later on, they just didn't have damage versus the Wisp, like you said, the Hard, the BKB versus Monkey plus Wisp. It's very difficult to take these fights, even with this massive teamfight combo.
Yeah, that's one thing I wanted to touch on as well. This Wukong's command as an answer to the Wraith King's reincarnation seemed really, really strong. I mean, every single fight where they were able to get the Wukongs off on top of the reincarnation, that was it. That was the fight going the way of Fnatic. You know, maybe they don't win the fight, but they certainly draw. Like, the fight stops there. You can't play anymore if your Wraith King has to run through a field of monkeys getting beaten to death from every angle. It seemed really good. I mean, is this something you think we're going to see more of as this monkey answers this really strong Wraith King hero?
I mean, it's definitely one of the best heroes in a core position against the Wraith King. But usually, why Wraith King is so good is because he has like a very strong mid-game timing that can overwhelm the Monkey. Because like in mid-game, when Monkey only has like maybe 1.5 items, you usually have like 2 or 3 items already because you farm so much faster than him. And then you don't really care about the ring, you know? Like, you have like your Radiance, your AC, and you just stand in there and you fight him. But of course, if they have even farm, which they did this game, then there's no way that the Wraith King can fight him.
It's all circumstantial, right? Like, in this situation, you have a Wraith King that didn't really take over the map with his team. The team fights weren't really there. Because of that, the tier 2s are still standing. And in the mid game, even when that Roshan bashes Monkey King and the Wraith King jumps in and finishes him off, takes ages, even when that happens, you still can't convert that into anything big, because your big ultis are being spent on wrong targets. I really think it's discipline that really hurt them the most. I think that's maybe something that they should adjust in this next game. It looks like they might be a little bit too passionate, a little bit too, just eager to win, that they're wasting some of their biggest assets.
We've got these team fight spells, and by golly, we're going to use them. Well, our MVP for this match is, of course, it's going to be Raven. Absolutely smashing a game on that IO, destroying, and very unique hero to play. Are you guys sold on this IO carry?
I've seen it a lot in the SEA region. Like a lot of players are playing it, especially carry players, simply because this Aghanims is like a super strong power spike. But not even that, even just the Helm of Dominator already. Like you're permanently hasted basically, and it's a very strong hero, for sure. Even late game, you have a lot of potential, as we just saw. It's like
Yeah, with the heart.
yeah,
the
a lot of
region.
right click damage also.
It's interesting because it was very popular in this region too, but then it fell off. Like people did stop picking the Wisp carry overall. It's mostly position 4 if it's picked, but it can work. Like it definitely did show here. But it worked for multiple reasons. You had Monkey that benefits from Wisp, plus you played versus an egg versus Phoenix, so you
Yep.
can always relocate on top of that egg with overcharge. You kill it off fast.
But I also feel like they made it a little bit easy for him. As I said, they didn't build a vessel, they didn't
Yeah.
build Shiva's guard, they didn't build
Skadi,
Skadi.
nothing.
You know?
Like,
Like
yeah.
he literally just had 100% health regen the entire fight. Whereas if you build all these 3 items, he has like nothing.
Yeah.
He has like minus HP regen.
So Skadi probably was a little bit difficult to build for them, right? Like you can build it on Hoop Pango or Wraith King, not really great
Yeah,
for
it's
either.
not the greatest. Yeah.
Shivas you definitely could build.
Yeah,
like
on
that,
Puck.
yeah, on Puck, even Pango.
Yeah.
I know it's not optimal, but it's possible to do. So
And then
so
Vessel on
a
Phoenix.
Vessel on anyone, yeah,
Yeah,
on
and
Phoenix
then you're
instead of
nullified
Veil.
already.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Like Vessel, Phoenix went for Veil. I love Veil. It gives you a lot of magic damage early on, but it wasn't really necessary here. Urn and Vessel does more for your whole team.
Yeah, I agree. And maybe we would like to see a different build on that Puck, maybe going for a more right-click orientated build where he could go for that Skadi and still feel the impact. It's really hard, though, to look back on that game and actually isolate what went wrong because there's just so much going on in that game. And they were ahead as well for such a long time, but then all of a sudden, you know, we kept saying that this Aya's going to fall off, right? He's going to stop doing what he does, but you know, when those items aren't built and when the control's not there, and they just seem to have better answers to the problems which they were raising on the side of T1. So the first game does indeed go the way of Fnatic. We are right around the corner from game number 2, so don't go anywhere. We're going to throw it over to a short break, and then we're going to be back with the second match here in the DPC League SEA, powered by PGL. We'll see you very shortly.
light on in your nightmare. You can run, but you can't hide there. I'm the dark in a dead stare. Panic mode when I switch gears. I move like ghosts, don't waste my time, get out my way. This life crossroad, this life no joke. So don't look back, 'cause I'll be there in the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burning, the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze. While the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for you all. Whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off. 'Cause only room at the time for one gun in the drawer.
Hello there, and welcome back to the DPC League. We are here with the SEA region with PGL as we get into game number 2 in this series. It is T1 versus Fnatic. These two teams going head-to-head in a vicious, vicious match. Game number 1, it was all looking gravy, baby, for T1 until it didn't. Unfortunately, they just pulled it together. I mean, what was the cause of that massive turnaround in that first game before we get into game number 2? What was that moment where we all suddenly realized that T1 were not winning this game?
I think for me it's mainly two. Of course, there were like a lot of individual misplays on both sides, as there is in every game of Dota. But just the overall itemization of T1 was very lackluster for me. They didn't itemize to counter either the monkey or the IO. They just went like autopilot on their own item builds. The Wraith King didn't build damage to deal with the Monkey King or the IO. We spoke about not building the Shiva's Guard or the Spirit Vessel. The Basher came out very late as well on the Pangolier to deal with the BKBs. Just overall, I feel like they just didn't address the problems they had properly, itemization-wise.
The execution as well, like we talked, there were some misplays, but overall, when you're playing such a heavy teamfight-oriented composition lineup, your execution needs to be a little bit better when it comes to not executing teamfights it's themselves, but choosing when and where to take those teamfights. I think that's maybe even more important.
Okay, well, we'll leave game 1 behind us and get into game number 2 in this matchup as these two teams try their hardest to take a game off each other. I still think it's pretty up in the air, but after game 1, I think it's pretty fair to say that we're maybe leaning a little bit more towards Fnatic taking this this game number 2. Is that maybe the expectation coming into it? You know, it's easy to say in a best of 3 that the team that wins game 1 is going to
It's always like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's almost always like that. If a team wins first game, you're kind of leaning towards them in the second one. But these two teams, they match up quite well. So recently, I believe it was T1 that won the series versus them 2-0. The series before that, it was a best of 2. They went 1-1. So you can't really say, you can't really predict, but they did look a little bit better on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, but as we said before, you know, every game is like a new roll dice, or a dice roll basically, because you know some games like Carl just goes off and wins the game by himself. You know, other games he just gets dueled 3 times in the early game because he's overplaying, overstaying his welcome, and like they're not really affected mentally or anything. Like I know the players, they're good, stable guys, and we'll see. I'm looking forward to a good game 2. Hopefully they'll shapen up a little bit.
Yeah. Some different drafts. You know what's actually very peculiar is I feel like Fnatic outplayed them a little bit in the draft as well, because they had this Wisp draft before, and T1, I think they read too much into it. They banned out some heroes that they had in that past draft, but they didn't really adjust to what they had at the moment. Because of that Monkey King eventually just takes over. Like once he gets that BKB, with the itemization that they had on Wraith King, they had no answers.
Yeah. I still think, just kept in hindsight, that Drow Ranger would have been a much better pick. But yeah, obviously, they have their own plans and strategies, and didn't work out this time.
I mean, the Wraith King was the problem that game for a long, long time until the
For which team?
Wukong started.
For which team?
For
T1?
which team was he?
They were struggling to deal with them until they kind of, I think the Puck, to me, was the one who was struggling, just constantly getting dueled, just constantly being beaten down. But never mind. Game 1 is in the past now. Yesterday is history. Today is tomorrow's a mystery, and today is a present.
Yeah. And Fnatic banned out the IO because T1 has first pick now.
Indeed. Yeah. Do we agree with this IO ban?
Maybe like T1 does the same thing. You know, they play this carry IO. I really don't know because there haven't been many tournaments lately in the SEA region, so they probably have a lot more inside information than we do with each other
with
because they're
scrims.
obviously scrimming each other. Yeah.
This is something that's been picked
Mirana.
up or banned out even in EU quite a bit. Like Mirana right now looks pretty solid, and also Enchantress is picked in the first game, right? So you picked that Mirana. I know there's a lot of players, a lot of analysts that say that it's not that hard to play Enchantress into Mirana, but it's not pleasant as well. Like she can always be there on the hard camp, arrow the big creep, or just block the hard camp and arrow the small creep that you want to take. It makes your game a little bit more difficult, and probably we won't see ENG because of that. And look, Beastmaster afterwards. Who's the best counter to Beast? Enchantress in the lane, right? Or Chen. And Mirana kinda covers you there.
Yeah. And of course, Beastmaster was also picked up to just have a BKB counter to the Enigma Black Hole. Because you don't want to just be suddenly stuck with like no answer to Enigma BKB Black Hole.
Yeah,
It's always the worst.
I like that a lot. And Fnatic will grab themselves this Wraith King early on in the draft as well. They really want to try and grab that hero, seeing the strength of it in game number 1. And now they get to guard that pick with 3 bans. What's going to be interesting here to me is what they choose to ban out. Maybe we see the Monkey King banned out by Fnatic here.
Yeah, I mean, they pretty much already see the lane, which is going to be Mirana Beastmaster. Honestly, on paper, it doesn't sound like super pleasant for Wraith King.
Already, right?
You can't really deal with those Beastmaster boars.
A lot of harass.
Beastmaster boars plus Mirana hits quite hard on those right clicks. It depends, obviously, what first item you go for on Mirana. Like what you, like position for Mirana, it matters so much what you get at the beginning. Like if you're getting those fairies and Wraith Band, or if you're going Earn, whatever. Like it depends how much damage you're going to be able to dish out in the laning stage. But Beastmaster alone is already pretty solid.
Yeah. Also, let's see if an 11k Wraith King will actually skill the crit or not. It's very intriguing.
I also want to see the build from Enigma. So I've played versus Seb's Enigma twice now. Both games he went Necros, Necro 3 instantly.
Yeah,
and Necros right now are really strong. When you max out your first spell, Malefice, right? When you max out Malefice and you go Necros, you can take down supports very easily on your own. Like just send those
damage.
creeps.
It's just berserk.
You don't even have to use Black Hole. You're just constantly active on the map.
You also have a talent that increases your stun duration.
Exactly,
on
level
as
10.
well. Yeah, level 10.
It's really nice.
I mean, some teams also, OG also did that. They played a +5 Enigma just to secure the safe lane.
That's true.
Constantly denying the range creeps. And their draft is still pretty open. So some people even play offlane Wraith King, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering, is it possible that you play the Enigma into the Beastmaster and then just take his boars following that logic? That could be interesting.
Very possible. It's also possible, as I said, they just put the Wraith King offlane. Their draft is pretty open right now still.
They did throw a curveball with that first game when they put Wisp on carry. Maybe it was more surprising to some than others, but yeah, it's possible maybe to do a similar thing with the Wraith King as well.
For sure. There's banning out the carries that are good against the Wraith King, so it's probably gonna be a carry Wraith King.
Right. Would you rather have your PC set up in the bedroom or in the living room?
Living room every time, dude.
Living room, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the only 2 choices?
Okay, if you have another, your own PC gaming room. If that's not allowed, okay, you can't. Have
if
that.
that's not allowed, then living room. I feel like I'm too cozy in my bedroom.
Right?
Like, imagine you're playing like a DPC tournament. You're in a bedroom, like, okay, we lost. I'm just gonna go sleep.
you have that magnetic field of your bed pulling you closer every time you lose. Like it's much easier to give up if you're next to your bed.
It's the same with the home gym. You should never have your home gym close to your bedroom. It should be at least like 3-4 meters away.
3-4 meters, yeah.
Yes.
And I'm going to steer the discussion away from Jim, because with these two on the panel, we will just go down that rabbit hole and never come up
What,
for
you want to talk
again.
about squats? Yeah, today
No,
is our
no. So the reason I wouldn't want it in my bedroom, especially if you've got your webcam on, is you don't want people seeing your bedroom. I always find, you know, my bedroom's always a mess.
Look at
and my
his
living
bedroom,
room's
though.
always lovely.
Perfectly prepared.
Yeah, very.
Probably
he's ready
by
for it.
I don't know if he lives with his mom or girlfriend, but I've lived with him. I know he can't do that by himself.
Oh, okay.
Like I know that 100%. Like he's a messy boy.
Living in houses with your teammates can be rough sometimes, especially if they're not too big.
Always rough.
I had a teammate who left. So on the first or second day of bootcamp, we made him like a protein kale shake, something like that. He drank half of it. He didn't like the other half. He left it on the table next to the bed where he slept, and that thing was left there uncleaned for the whole month of boot camp.
Oh,
It
God.
grew its own ecosystem inside. Like I don't get how some people can live, I swear.
And when he opened it, it was like the pressure built up to just fire it out across the
No,
room.
it was
'cause
open the whole time. He was breathing.
okay. Not
He was
even-
breathing in the spores, man. He's
Maybe that's some kind of new like superfood regime where you just like allow the kale to ferment and then breathe it in.
recently in Europe he was top tier player on mid.
Well,
so
there we go,
there you
guys.
go,
You know,
that's
you
it.
want the secret to free
Doping.
MMR? Just ferment some kale next to your bed and give it an old huff every day. Alrighty, let's see. We've got a couple more picks coming out of the phase, guys. What are we seeing here? What are we liking?
I mean, I don't really care about an Ogre pick. Ogre is just a super boring hero.
Agreed.
We all know what he does, but I'm very surprised to see a Naga Siren with an Aura draft. Like, usually if you have an Aura draft, you want to have something like a Drow or
Drow
Luna,
with Venge,
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
Terror
But instead
Blade,
they go with
Arc.
the carry Naga, which is very good against Wraith King and Enigma, but yeah, it's just a little bit unexpected.
Yeah, Terrorblade and Arc have been banned out, so that wasn't the option. But there's still some other heroes like Drow is not banned, I believe. Yeah, like, they could have. However, they have Cuckoo on their team, and Beastmaster is like 99% offlane, but there is a small chance of having some crazy Naga off too.
All right, let me just tell you, man. This new Aghanims on Naga Siren is so good against Enigma. What you do is you just sleep, and you can net people during the sleep
Yeah,
with the new
yeah.
Aghanims, and you just net the you run in, find the Enigma, you net him, and just send your Illus on him, he will die. It's one of the best heroes against Enigma this patch. Of course, Wraith King also has a very hard time dealing with him.
The Diffusal Manta build itself is very
Yep.
difficult. So do you think that this time
Let's
around
see.
we'll see a Radiance Wraith King?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, even last game I thought I would see a Radiance Wraith King. I just feel like this item it's just made for Wraith King, you know? Like you run in, you tank up all the damage, you come back,
Yeah.
do the same thing again. It's just one of the best items for the hero.
And one of the things that you have to see in this game as well for Fnatic is they do have Ogre. So you don't necessarily have to go into attack speed, right? Initially on the Wraith King. You have that Bloodlust to cover you.
Yeah, I mean, one of my concerns here is that this Wraith King is going to outfarm the Naga, right? With the Bloodlust and... Oh, you still think
Nah,
Naga has the edge?
Naga
is a crazy farm faster.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
It's very difficult to outfarm her. You go Manta first. You just send all those illusions with Yasha movement speed across the map. It's very difficult to outfarm her.
Yeah. So it's like a +5 Venge? Is it still good after the rework? Like I always feel like a +5 Venge in my game is just a burden. I don't know. like he just dies and does nothing.
I mean, some swaps versus Enigma Black Hole. If you don't have Roar, you can have swap.
True,
and
true.
say it for
Yeah.
her, right? So that's kind of neat. You can already see the use of her, and maybe it's also
What about mid-Venge?
mid-range.
Thompson.
I mean, it's doable.
Yeah.
It's doable as well. Versus Puck, that minus armor and just hitting him.
It also is a pretty hard
Aghanim's.
Enigma counter. It is a mid-Venge, I think.
Yeah, mid-range with Aghanim's. I think
It's
that's
really
what they're
good
doing.
against Enigma. Yeah.
Reckon? Not the mid Marana?
It could be. It could be.
Yeah.
The new
Mid-range.
Aghanims is pretty good.
Yeah. The Starfall and obviously the Shard is
The Falcon
incredible,
Blade
as
is
we know.
also sick on Mirana right now. It's really good.
Or they pull out my pub special Lion mid.
I've actually seen that as well in my
Or
pubs.
maybe it's Naga. Or maybe it's
It's not
Beastmaster. mid.
terrible. Against a hero like Wraith King, like you just suck out all his mana, and he
And
has
then
to
he
get
buys
the
a
shard.
shard.
Yeah, he has to buy the shard.
He's gonna buy it either way. He's versus
Yeah,
Naga,
it's against
right?
Naga.
Like,
It's not achieving much, I don't
and
think.
Beast, Necros, it's not that easy. But I actually love the Venge core. I'm not,
Same.
yeah, right with the Aghanims.
I support Venge is just not the same anymore. Like to
Yeah.
get the same effect, you need an Aghanims now, and a +5 Venge will get Aghanims minute 40
Yeah.
when you like use it already.
And core, you die in a fight, you still are Venge. You're not dead. You literally have everything you had before. Plus, when you respawn, you take the spot of your illusion, of your clone. So you don't have to buy TPs ever. Like,
Which sometimes can kill you though.
That's true. That's true. But it's hard to make yourself die because of that. Like you just run
I mean,
away.
the other team's going to be like, all right, we're going to keep this Venge illusion alive for 45 seconds.
You're laughing. I was getting permanently sprouted for 60 seconds, and the guy did not let me leave. I could do nothing
So you're saying you were stuck on their side of the map
for 60 seconds.
For
Yes,
60
because they kept
seconds.
sprouting me.
See.
So it's Underlord offlane, Enigma.
Yep. Fnatic decide
So
that a
it's an
slow
Enigma
it's
fall
Venge
is the
core.
answer.
Yeah, Enigma
Venge
4.
core.
Venge
Yeah.
core, there
Mid
it
Enigma.
is. Alrighty.
Okay, good.
Well, those are the drafts, those are the heroes. These are your picks, and which one are we favoring this time around?
I think I like Fnatic actually this game,
Really?
but I can't go for
Underlord
them because
versus
they voted
Naga
for
as well.
T1.
Yeah, I'll take your words and I'll go for Fnatic. You can still keep on the T1 train. I actually like the Underlord versus the Naga Illusions.
super good.
With the puck as well,
Yeah.
you have enough magic damage to burn them down. Enigma 4 last night, what Taiga did in his game, I think they can recreate at least 50% of that, and he's going to do just fine. So
Yeah.
I'll go with Fnatic and Wraith King.
Alrighty.
They will need to snowball on T1. They have this aura draft, which again I feel like Naga Siren doesn't really fit in there because it's a carry that doesn't really want to pressure. You just kind of want to farm.
You just want to chill, yeah.
Yeah, if you have like a Drow Ranger or Luna, instead you can join the fights and deal a lot of damage. So I think the Fnatic draft just comes together a little bit better. So I have to go against my T1 boys.
But you're going with Venge mid at least. That's solid, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't go with T1. I
You
can't.
can't do it. You can't do it. Fair enough. So we got Fnatic, both of you, and I hate to make it a unanimous panel, but I think Naga's a little bit weaker in this patch, and yeah, I mean I have no reason to doubt this Wraith King, even though it is a slightly harder game for him. We'll see how this one breaks down, and we're going to throw it across to our lovely casters, which is going to be Mr. Beacup and Sir Lacoste. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Nomad, unanimous panel. You staying on that unanimous panel train?
Yeah, I mean, you and me were talking about how this draft is going. I'm like, yeah, Fnatic looks good. Probably it's going to be an Underlord last pick because of the Naga, Siren Illusions. They just need to stall the game. Like, this is the lineup that doesn't really do that much early on. And the T1 has an aura lineup, so it could be a bit tricky. I think it's more on T1 to be able to have this aggression going on for the first 20 minutes, try to get some advantage, turn that into Roche, where Fnatic lineup is, yeah, we're fine. You know, if we came out of the laning stage even, we don't, lose too much, because this is hard lineup to execute, I would say, for the first 15-20 minutes. Because all you have to do is defend towers. You have very sluggish heroes that can't really gank, so a lot of that is solely on Puck. So if someone needs to make rotations, it's just Puck. Like, he needs to be all over the place, being ready with the TP if they decide to dive on T1 side, and just have that foil every single time it's up. Try to get something happening.
Yeah, so do you expect Puck to be active come level 6 or any earlier
Not
than that?
necessarily like straight up level 6, I'm gonna go and do stuff, but if the lanes are going well, he can still be on a mid lane, make a TP rotation, you get the good rune, haste, possibly arcane rune, because this top lane Underlord plus Enigma will deny the creep wave, so the lane will pull back. Naga Siren doesn't put too much pressure on the Underlord, and eventually you will get the farm. A bit worried for the Wraith King, because he will be playing into multiple mana burns this game. Bottom lane, they're playing very aggressive.
Going after Cuckoo, with DJ just putting the pressure on. Already down to a third of health. So that's something to bring up, the mana burn.
Yeah.
Does this force, because the panel was saying they want to see Wraith King get like a Radiance, right?
Sure.
But
Yeah,
you're
I
forced
think
into a
that's the build
1,400
here.
gold item into getting the shard, most likely, right? If you don't
After
wanna...
that, after Radiance, you do not want to invest, and you also want to have Radiance between 15 and 20 minute mark, then you're just gonna keep farming, but definitely a good shard game, which is his old level 20 talent. So no mana reincarnation, there will be Beastmaster Book with the mana burn, Naga Siren with the Diffusal Blade, Lion's Drain, a lot of stuff that he needs to focus on, so eventually he will get that shard.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him to get that reincarnation off potentially before he gets that shard, which could be the key to T1 taking an advantage earlier on, right? You get him out, doesn't have that reincarnation, you don't really feel the effectiveness from that Wraith King. Then all of a sudden, T1, like we kind of saw them in the first game, get like a 6,000-7,000 net worth lead if they can execute that properly.
The question is how much pressure they can put on, and I want to see this Venge mid. I've seen it in the high-level pubs where, the panel talked about it. The new Aghanim Scepter build is pretty cool, where you have this illusion that can cast all of her spells. You have a movement speed bonus for some reason, not sure why that is. And yeah, you also take the place of Venge once you respawn, and you get all the XP. Plus you can also get the gold by farming. So pretty sick stuff. One of the better upgrades, I would say. We might see more of a Venge core in this tournament.
Yeah, we were seeing like interesting Venge combinations before this, where you put like Venge with the Drow, but Venge would be more in the support for that, or potentially, maybe ending up in a core, but I think it was mostly supporting at that point. They said, again, bringing up the panel, Venge feels a lot more comfortable in the core role than it does in the support.
For sure, because right now Vengeance Aura is just base damage bonus. Like, you don't get the attack range anymore.
Yeah.
Dire structures are fortified.
So already Moon on top of that CS with Raven. A little bit different hero here for Raven, going from the IO to the Wraith King.
Yeah, a completely different hero. Like, Wraith King wants to farm up, doesn't want to take any fights pretty much for the first 15 minutes until he gets the Radiance. Just farming for now, doesn't have a point in crit yet, 2 points in Skellies. A bit of a different game than the previous one that we've seen, because Legion Commander just deletes those Skellies with the overwhelming odds. This way, like, they don't have that much AoE, at least not in the laning stage.
Jab showing up into the face of Whitemon, getting his mana drain, but with the Malefice, all of a sudden, Whitemon might get blocked to a point where...
Can you body block him to death? Imagine if, like, body blocks, if you successfully body block him for 3+ seconds, it actually deals the damage.
You said I was giving bad ideas
and
with
provides
the 6v6.
an extra slow.
That sounds like a lot, just for body blocking.
Yeah, you try to body block, like you just start running the other way to not to get the damage.
True, yeah. Well,
No,
what,
it's pretty
what
stupid.
AoE
I
breaks
gotta
it?
agree, it's pretty stupid. The more I think about it,
I wasn't saying it was stupid, just,
it's just bad.
It seems like
it's
it could
broken.
be strong if you do end up pulling it off, right? I still like the 6-on-6 idea. Evolve the game.
So yeah, back to the farming in jungle. Enigma having a good time, staying away from your stupid ideas as well. Beak up 6-on-6. But there probably is a mode, right?
Probably in the custom games, right?
Yeah, pretty sure there is.
There's Imba, a couple other ones, 3v3.
I never played those, man. I'm just a die-hard Dota fan. I played Pudge Wars, I don't know, a long time ago.
Yeah.
At the start of Dota 2, back in Dota 1 days. I'm just, a Dota guy.
Imba gets a little annoying. Just 10v10 Imba, and all of a sudden people are just leaving the game. No commitment.
Raven in a bit of trouble. Arrow does not connect.
Speaking of the Enigma before, I think we kind of had this conversation before our mics were live.
Yeah.
How difficult of a game it is for him to really be the playmaker, get that black hole out. There's so many things here that make it difficult for him.
Exactly. That's why they decided to, shift Enigma to position 4. You're playing into Beastmaster, so there's always going to be a BKB piercing ability, plus a swap, sleep. Like, it's a very hard Enigma game to start with, so they just give farm priority to Underlord. And, like, yeah, they're not putting too much pressure on Underlord. He's having a really good time, 26 CS, 11 denies, has Soul Ring, has a Ring of Health, so a lot of regions, their damage is pretty static on the top lane, so whenever he has mana, just use that Firestorm and kill the whole creep wave.
And top 3 on the net worth are all on the side of Fnatic. Just by a couple hundred here or there. The one who's really standing out is Raven, which is just about 3,000 net worth. He's doing a really good job farming, and we talked about how that's his job, although up in top, the Underworld in trouble, most likely giving up first blood. There it is for Jackie. You got 3 heroes with Zephyr, Whitemon, and Jackie all showing up to get that kill on Masaros.
They can't get that kill if they don't rotate Mirana, so she just comes top, they get the first kill, first blood, and Jackie gets it. So this is something that you want to see, your carry getting a first blood, Carl this time around, pretty much the same thinking as Monkey King had in the previous game. Against the Puck matchup, I'll get the Magic Wand, 1 Raid Band, have that Raindrop just to be able to survive through like initial burst that Puck has.
Now, Fnatic, looks to me that they're gonna play more of a 4 Protect 1, right? Give the Wraith King that time to get to that, well, he's going Midas and Radiance. Just give him time to get that farm online as Cuckoo in some trouble. DJ and Raven, they'll combine for the kill. That's a good one to push him even closer to that Midas.
It's a slow lineup, as I already stated, for
Yeah.
Fnatic, so there are
Treat Coil.
okay, you know, just being here, getting a
this kill.
kill here and there if possible, and farming the jungle, farming the lanes, because eventually, like, you will take a fight. I like what Black said during the panel, that the Naga Siren doesn't really fit into these like
Moon.
aura lineups.
He's looking like he might drop. The damage is there.
Structures are fortified.
And Venge was waiting, has a little bit of help from the Lion of Whitemon to control him, have those stuns, get a kill onto the Puck.
It's a big kill, like hard to execute if you don't move Lion. Like Vengeful Spirit stun is pretty easy to dodge. There's also no point in swap at the moment, and yeah, it's all about tower defense for Fnatic.
Just make more and more time for the Wraith King.
Oh, I like this. Masara's going for Vanguard, which could possibly be turned into the Crimson Guard against all these summons, against Naga illusions. Yeah, that's just gonna be a great item. Doesn't necessarily need to rush it, but you know, you can still get like a casual cloak, possibly a mech, and then get a Crimson Guard. He'll see how the game develops.
Is he more just looking to beat auras?
Yeah, for sure. Like you deal damage with the Firestorm, and Puck can scale. Plus, it's a really, really good Radiance game against illusions, against the summons. So Braven just needs to farm it up. Right now, he's doing really good, staying 300 gold ahead of a Naga Siren. Also, like Naga Siren is the hero that farms extremely fast. Couple of stacks already being made in the jungle.
Jackie closing in on the top of the net worth. We're seeing a different build from the Puck this time. Going Blink Dagger first item. We saw Witchblade first for the Puck in the previous game. So not the same build as the last one, but do you think that Blink's the right call?
Yeah, I think his job in this game is to be as active as possible. So Blink Dagger will allow him that. He can still go back
Find
to
the Enigma.
Witchblade if needed.
Cuckoo should be able to get the kill into Jabs, no question about it. At the same time, Raven kills off Zephyr, so both teams moving around the map and taking out those fours.
This benefits Fnatic so much more because they took the safe lane tower, not the most important tower in the game, but you know, if someone shows up on that lane, there is no place to TP to. So really, really good. And they still have their own tier 1 tower, full HP. Right now, T1 stealing the stacks.
And you might want to try and contest these if possible. Going to the Moonlight Shadow.
They have no sentries.
And Bit of Malice is down with the
Black
Firestorm.
Hole.
Cuckoo taking a lot of damage.
Ooh. That was a black hole. Oof. It was so quick, you didn't even notice that it happened.
Blink and you miss it.
Can we get a replay of that, please? Yeah, I know the chat will love it.
But they defend, they push him back. They're up 2K. So we'll see where Moon's going. I like Raven already had 600 gold after they took that tier 1 bottom. He gets the kill on his Zephyr. They take the tier 1. Then he has Midas ship in, and he gets to use that Midas. So
You just have too much gold. I think like you had the Midas first usage, and you had almost 1,000 gold in the bank already. Now he moves to the top lane, starts to pressure the tower. All right, Enigma.
Jabs in trouble.
Straight up deleted.
Jabs deleted off the map. Finger comes in. Whitemon gets the kill. He grabs the stack. They'll go after Raven. This is an important one to try and get. But if it turns around, it could be really detrimental to the rest of the game. They're trying to drain that mana, getting the kill on a Raven. He's got nothing to get that reincarnation off anymore. Dream Coil down onto the Venge, as well as the Mirana, with Masaros just hidden away when this Undying. They'll take out Carl. They'll look for Zephyr. He's no longer silenced. He gets a lead, but is it far enough?
The
Ignite
cast range.
and the last shot coming in from Moon, capping that one off. They do lose Raven, slow down that Radiance, but
still on top of net worth
for two.
Really good trade. Underlord and Puck are playing together. This is such a sick combo. Like just a ton of damage between these two heroes. Firestorm, Dream Coil, keeping them inside of it, and he's not getting a talent. He is putting more points in Pit of Malice, which I really like. Like also just 2 points in Atrophy Aura. You want to have that Pit of Malice maxed out just for like more root mechanic. It feels so good. Like the damage, sorry, B-Cup. Like the damage is gonna be insane. Enigma, not a single point in Midnight Pulse. Probably will start getting some right now. Just hit level 8. Midnight Pulse into Pit of Malice plus Firestorm. Percentage-based damage, 2 spells, is gonna melt the illusions. It's just gonna melt everything.
This seems like a strong combo.
It's a sick combo. I feel like T1 should have punished the laning stage much harder, because right now Fnatic has a 2k gold lead. They have a much better late game potential with their heroes. They have a scaling lineup. You have this Wraith King, you know, just farming Bloodlust. Also, only level 1, but I want to see Moon also getting like damage potentially items, not just go for, you know, the spell build, I would call it. Like, I want him to scale, not necessarily need to get like Deso, the damage talent, but you can also scale getting Aghanim Scepter, keep them in place because of all these AoE percentage-based damage. Like, maybe that's the call here. Maybe I'm just being wrong. We'll see how the game develops.
Primal Roar onto Moon. Now they've got the stun to follow it up from the Lion. Phase Shift and the Waning Rift looking for the Illusory Orb to jaunt away. Use the Dream Coil on the Venge, the swap to get some distance and get closer to Moon. Whitemon ends up getting the kill. He's got no way out of that one, and a good kill to get. Come over and try and steal an Ancient Camp, because they were taking those stacks, and Raven was out farming and is still now neck and neck with that Naga. He's been doing a really good job. Mouse down, Ignite thrown, stun on the Ogre, Finger as well, Arrow comes in. They've got the Hex onto Raven, but Whitemon needs to run. Malphus used on a Cuckoo, the fight's splitting up a little bit. They should be able to finish off Whitemon. They throw down the Firestorm. One more stun comes in. He's really taking them for a long journey. Avoids the Pit of Malice. He's looking like he might be gone. I don't want to speak too soon because Jabs does have that blink and he knows how to catch up to the Lion. They killed the Beastmaster and now they will finally finish off Whitemon, with Raven getting credit for that as he grabs yet another kill. Ooh, Moon. Picking up that bounty. Continue. Oh, and the Illusory Orb up. Swipes both of them. That was really nice.
I think this fight shows how much they need Puck to be alive, to use the coil and his ability, because they're very sluggish. They're very slow, you know, hard to set things up, and he needs to be the one holding them in place. So Wraith King, just a recipe away from Radiance, has a full control of the bottom part of the jungle, 1 ward to work with, so he should feel pretty safe. Naga Siren, Manta style completed, pretty standard stuff. Usually we see a Diffusal Blade, but maybe he feels like, yeah, I don't need it, we already have some mana burn. Wraith King will get that shard anyway, so I'll just get Scotty instead. It's a better kiting item, the heroes are already slow, why not slow them down a bit more?
Do you think that not getting that Diffusal could be a difference maker on whether or not that reincarnation goes off in these mid-game fights?
I feel Wraith King will just get that shard at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah.
Like, if they win one fight, if the game is slow, T1's not putting any pressure, he might still get possibly a Blink Dagger for more chase potential.
But why spend the money on Diffusal if you know he's going to commit to the shard?
Yeah.
Okay. So working around the assumption that a shard will be picked up by the Wraith King, which He's got a Midas. He's going Radiance. He's going to be farming like crazy. Should be an easy pickup for him.
Yeah, you just need to have gold. Like,
Yeah.
you don't necessarily need to do anything. You just spend the money and that's it. Easy peasy.
Get rich. Spend the gold. And then Puck going into the Dagon. Dagon Lincoln's queued. See, is it Dagon 1 back into Lincoln's, then you buff up the Dagon? Or are you going into the recipes and then the Lincolns? Or is there some point where it's like, oh, well, now the Lincolns is necessary, let me just buy it?
Could be a way just to deal with the illusions. But
Dire's top tower is under
could have
attack.
also gone for a bit more scaling build. Sure, I mean, don't get me wrong, if you have like E-Blade, Dagon, Lincoln Sphere, you still feel really, really good. Because look at their like stuns. Beastmaster, that's one way, single target. Vengeful Spirit, you can dodge that with the magic, with the phase shift. You need to be afraid of Lion, so Lincoln Sphere will help out with that.
Yeah. So we'll see when he gets that. Ags was picked up by the Venge. Scotty being built there for the Naga. And it's Rod of Atos for the Underlord. The chase is on for Moon, but they won't be able to catch up to him. I like that Rod of Atos. We were seeing a lot of that when Underlord was a little bit more popular in the previous patch, going to the Pit of Malice with the Rod of Atos, but they'll try to get a kill here on Amasaros. They have the Hex, they'll throw the finger, the damage being done. Black Hole comes in onto the Venge, but the arrow stops it. Carl, he'll end up dead. Jabs and Masaros do end up dropping Dream Coil here onto the Naga as well as the Mirana, but they have the swap. They pull back the Wraith King and they get the first life. However, Zephyr going down to Moon. They're looking over at Whitemon. He's sitting low, so is Cuckoo. Net onto this Wraith King.
Crit.
Oh, God, the right clicks coming in from Raven. Now finally a song. Once 4 heroes are dead.
Can they chase? They need to chase this illusion because Vengeful Spirit will, you know, be ready and up in 15 seconds. You respawn and go back to where your illusion is.
Dire's
I think
middle
DJ
tower
spotted
is
him.
under attack.
Doesn't have anybody really near him. Let's take a look at this replay once again. Pit of Malice comes in, roots up the Lion, the stun is out. They throw the finger on him. He's quite tanky already. They really tried to focus the Underlord. And then the Black Hole gets stopped by the arrow. Carl gets right-click down. Moon kills him off. Underlord finally drops with jabs. And this Dream Coil is well placed, hitting out of the Mirana as well as the Naga. Whitemon's still going in. They get that first life. But here's where things get tricky. Moon kills off Zephyr. They have the stun onto the Naga. They can look over at Whitemon as well as Cuckoo. A couple more right clicks from Moon. Moon gets the kill there, and then eventually the right click just slamming down Cuckoo.
Yeah.
A crit.
So once Underlord gets that Road of Atos, it's going to be much easier to set things up. You know, you go for one clear target. There is a save in terms of swap, but it's a core Venge, so you really don't want to be using it on your teammates, putting yourself in a bad spot. There's no defensive tools for yourself, so you need to be very careful about that. One thing that they have, we didn't talk about it, is Vision Game for T1, where they can have their lanes outpushed, Beastmaster summons, you have Control, you have Hawk.
Going for Cuckoo. Pit of Malice right on top of him. They'll use the Moonlight Shadow, but he's dead before he fades.
He doesn't even have boots. Yeah, he just picked up boots 20 minutes in.
There's that Blink Dagger you talked about for the Wraith King.
Yeah, I think he still doesn't have that shard. Might need to change his mind and just get it.
And killing off Whitemon, so Moon is really having a game so far. They find themselves Zephyr. They'll try to chase. He's out of leaps. He's got nowhere to go. The stun comes in, and another one for Moon.
You might wish to retract your last
Double kill for Moon, who's sitting 8, 2, and 4. Involved with 12 of the 16, and sitting quite up there on the net worth. Song from Jackie just the TP to the top lane. That song ends on the Underlord as well as Raven. We'll try to get out of this one. The taxi service is arrived, and away they go. 5 stars.
Very nicely done. And Underlord can go back to that Crimson Guard. I'm a big fan of it against this type of matchup where, you know, Naga Siren, Illusions, Beastmaster, Summons, you're going to get so much value out of it.
Wraith King queues up the AC. So so far not even thinking shard. See if that pays off, waiting on that shard, but he could hold the gold and then eventually go for it if he feels it's a necessity. Black hole on the 2. Arrow coming in, hits the Wraith King, so the black hole continues. They've got the Pit of Malice with the Midnight Pulse down. Both the Venge as well as the Beastmaster are going to die here. The finger thrown to the Ogre. They finally get the kill on the DJ. They look over at Zephyr with Naga coming in, taking out Jabs, but the Dream Coil is committed. They've got the silence onto the Naga Siren who's trying to ring around this tree, but they kill off Zephyr. The stun comes in from Whitemon. Jackie on the run. Not sure he gets out of this though. They have the Pit of Malice, pops the Manta, right clicks in. He's rooted up, killed off, take out the Naga. 4 for 2 in the favor of Fnatic. Now up 8,000 net worth. Black Hole.
That was a really,
duration.
really good Black Hole. And Raven, like...
Get down, Mr. President.
Raven actually took that arrow in the knee for his teammate because he did not want the Black Hole to be interrupted. There's still going to be damage coming out from the Radiance, so nicely done. This is the fight that T1 needed to win. Like, their lineup is much, much worse going into the late game. Not hesitating at all. Like, very nicely done by Jabs.
And Raven just stepping in front. I don't know if it was stepping in front on purpose or just wanted to get some right clicks in. Either way, saves him.
You know, let's pretend he did, because it was cool. If that's what it was pretty cool.
And Zephyr just getting destroyed by Masaros and that Firestorm dropping down on him pretty much the entire time. Lincoln's finally finished off for the puck. BKB almost finished for Jabs. Farming almost as well as the Venge. 1,600 off, not too much. Feels like Carl hasn't really gotten much farm.
And Moon got so much out of the last 2 fights. Full Lincoln Sphere on top of that Dagon. So pretty hard to take down. Even if this game, you know, isn't going well, Puck can still be that guy that, you know, just creep skips and buy some time for his team.
Yeah. Lose your orb, Waning Rift, clear up the creep wave, go into the trees, come back out, rinse, repeat. If nobody's going to make you pay for it, then why not? So posture here towards Roche with the smoke of T1. I think they're looking for an opportunity to take a fight. They go into the high ground. The smoke ends up breaking the Pit of Malice down to the Beastmaster as well as the line. They use the Rod of Atos through on the line of Whitemon. He's in trouble. Whitemon dead immediately. And now the Dream Coil's down onto the Naga Siren. They're going to need to save, try and do something. The right clicks are in. They use the swap, but it stuns up the Naga. The Primal Roars use on to this Wraith King, who will lose that first life. Pit of Malice, the root is out. Onto Zephyr. With the blink stun coming through from Raven, they will take his life. Double kill for Raven, and this fight happens next to Roche.
Now, you don't necessarily need to threaten the Roche right now. Raven is also level 19, so that means level 3 reincarnation, 40-second cooldown. They can just pressure the top tower, take the outpost, and then see how it's going to go from there. Like, they're in full control. Like, in this series, like, Raven is playing so well. First game on IO, just going for the correct item build. Same thing happened in game 2, where like his itemization is really on point. Getting that Hand of Midas into Radiance just to speed things up, get more levels, lower the cooldown on his ulti. His talents are pretty insane. Like, his level 25 talent is busted, I would say. -2 seconds on Mortal Strike cooldown, so it brings it down to 2-second cooldown ability with the 260% crit. Not too bad.
Start really slamming those right clicks in. This game is more like, I think the first one with Raven saving Moon. Moon was kind of that leader in damage, and now it's the other way around. Moon's more like the Dream Coil, silences, okay Raven, do your thing. And he does it. Playing really well on this Wraith King, out farming the Naga now, and looking really good at the moment. Jackie, his farm is good. Does it feel like what's around him just isn't enough?
I just don't feel Naga Siren is a strong carry right now compared to the other top tier carries. And to go back to Black's point where he talked about Naga not really benefiting that much from like all these auras. Yeah, sure, you get, you know, same amount of damage, same amount of attack speed as other heroes, but you're not with the team. You just want to play the farm game.
We'll see if he can farm his way back into it, do something with what he's got. Shard queued up by the Enigma. Raven
Oh, that's
going
one
into
of the better
Maelstrom.
ones. Like, man, that shard is so good. Kind of a science, you know, implemented into Dota 2. The way Black Hole works and the things around it.
White
Not
Man
a
in some
Siren
trouble.
actually decided to get the shard, which gives you a stronger Riptide. And you can activate it manually.
Yeah. I'm really hoping, I don't know if Bill Nye the Science Guy has like a cameo, but hire him to talk about the physics of Black Hole.
That'd be so cool. Like we'd probably have to spend the most of our budget on it.
Take a look at his price. Have him talk about when you purchase Shard, how Black Hole works. Science, you know? I'll have to take a look after this one. Raven going into the Mjolnir. Has completely foregone the Shard. It has the AC. Saving 1,400 gold. That's invested wisely into these other items. Midas being built for the Ogre. Gotta get that multicast. Get that gold starting to pump up. He's bottom of the net worth right now.
I mean, I don't mind. You know, maybe it's a bit too late, but still, you're going to be able to scale. Because T1, they can't finish the game.
Yeah.
Like, their lineup was supposed to be aggressive, so he is kind of, you know, just securing things. There's... if things are going well, you can just, you know, invest gold and try to end the game from here. But you're playing against Naga, so the game might drag for a while.
We'll see. They're knocking on the door bottom. Psychic Headband picked up. There's the Maelstrom. Force Staff for Zephyr. Oh, I like Psychic Headband. I think it's
a really good
neutral.
item. Yeah,
Probably the best
good on some
in that tier.
mid-end heroes. It's good on position 4s, good on 5s.
I was thinking about the Ogre Midas. The more it multicasts, the more you make up that time that it took you to get that Midas. Right back in it if you get it 4 times.
I'm really glad we're not into like straight up Midas meta. Where, you know, it got really weird when 8 out of 10 heroes were buying Midas.
Swap in, and now Wraith King in some trouble. They took out his first life very quickly. They throw the root onto the Venge. They're trying to drain the mana. They've got the Lotus Orb out. But are they going to continue to move forward? Illusory Orb, and they take Carl's life away.
Now Enigma needs to care about 2 things. That swap, which only has 1 charge right now, or like no charges at all, whatever we want to call it, and Beastmaster Roar. Because BKB is ready, and Enigma is ready to just jump in after these 2 abilities are used.
Saros and crew over towards the mid lane while Moon is grabbing this outpost just in time for the 30-minute mark. Swipes it away with like seconds to go. Really well done. And Raven's just been a nuisance here bottom. He's postured right by your stairs and is continuing to just chunk creeps away and farm up. Picks up the Hyperstone, almost finishing off the Mjolnir.
Fnatic wants to use this Aegis. They still have a minute left on it, so... Well, there's also a Lotus Orb. Really nice against some of these spells, against the Swap, against the Lion in particular, Beastmaster. It's hard, even with the move speed talent, the plus 30 on level 20, and the Bloodlust, there's still a lot of kiting potential. You know, something that Breaking doesn't like to play into, any kind of like slows, and now Riptide with the Aghanim Shard also provides a slow. And it's a 40% slow. That's not a joke.
Could be a problem, especially when he gets swapped into the base that deep.
Yep.
All of a sudden, you just can't get away. I guess it also depends on whether or not he's got that Aegis, because that's what made that really difficult too. You got to kill him 3 times, and they really weren't able to drain much of his mana. So it feels like Reincarnation's almost always going to get off at the moment. They can't keep Whitemon safe. He's not draining enough. Raven's just right in their face. No fear. So finishing off the Mjolnir. Aegis gets reclaimed. Put that Midas back into the slot, going into the BKB next. And then Enigma, he's going Lincoln Sphere. So with the Lotus Orb, with the Lincoln Sphere, maybe a little bit more safe throwing that black hole as he's got Blink BKB, and then we'll soon have the Lotus to try and get that full duration off.
Now, we still have not seen the power of Blink BKB Black Hole. BKB still on 10 seconds. Like right now, they can just set a perimeter and farm up pretty much the whole jungle. Because T1's lineup doesn't have that much burst damage. Like, you need to use Roar, you need to get a finger to actually get a kill, and then you are possibly putting yourself in a bad spot, you know, where Fnatic can get a good jump, and right now I don't think you can afford to lose a fight near your base.
Yeah, if this fight ends up on their side of the river, it's almost certainly objectives for Fnatic. They're now have the short queued up on the Wraith King. I think that's just giving him a lot
Hex
more.
Got him.
Yeah, they'll find themselves the puck. They'll throw out the stun. They have the finger. They'll kill off Moon. He doesn't have buyback dead for 90. This gives an opportunity for T1 to kind of secure some farm, find those next items, and
that's all
they're not
they
really
can
going to
do.
push
Like,
much
it's a big
objectives.
kill, but they can't take any objectives, possibly a tier 2 tower on top, and that's pretty much it. Like, this is what they can probably get. I don't think Fnatic cares too much about that tier 2 tower.
Yeah. Flats for the Venge next. This will finish for the Naga Siren.
DP says differently. I mean, when you think about it, they have a really sick tower defense with Midnight Pulse, Firestorm, these 2 percentage-based abilities. It's where the damage also comes from in a team fight. Like, you have a bit of Malice to hold them in place, set up these 2 abilities. It's going to be most of your damage. On top of Raid King. Like, don't get me wrong, Raid King is a raid boss in this game. He finally gets that shard, doesn't have to care about any kind of mana burn.
Yeah. Gets that shard, becomes the Mythic Plus boss. Gets really difficult for T1 to take him out of the fight completely. And at that point, there's so much commitment that you need to make just to get both lives out of the hands of Raven. You know, the last game where we saw Wraith King getting dueled, and then now he's in the center of a Wukong's command, it became really tough for that Wraith King. Here, I don't think his struggles are nearly as much.
Yeah, it's a different game for Raid King, where you know, he cares about kiting potential, but he has a really good backup team for him.
And T1 finally crossing the river for the first time in what feels like 10 minutes. It's probably an overestimate. Probably more like 6.
And it's not safe.
No,
it
it's
was
not.
really not safe for them to be across the river.
They're putting some pressure, though, on that bottom lane. Even if it's just a tiny amount, they have these illusions pushing. And trying to take care of them as best he can. And you start to lose your attention, and all of a sudden the Naga Siren's down there, takes a tier 3, opens up the base a little bit.
This is something that they need to be very careful about, because I don't think T1 has a clear plan on how to win a team fight, but dragging out the game, just being annoying, is something that this lineup is really good at. Like with the Beastmaster, summons, you're gonna always pretty much have a better vision coming out from Hawk, Illusion, scouting things out. So you can see where the enemies are and then try to go for some kind of a rat play.
Potentially you're going to see another Swift Blink. It's the only upgraded Blink we've seen in
So far,
one day.
Yeah, we've seen, what, 2 Swift
2 or 3
Blinks?
Swift
Yeah.
Blinks.
Roshan will be up in 30 seconds. There's a double damage being guarded by Raid King, I believe. Yeah,
It's been
it's
pretty
underneath.
common. Yeah, it's right under him. It's giving him the effects. Look at that. Look at that Wraith King. Particle effects looking good.
Pause the game. Raven is AFK.
WC in the chat.
Yeah.
That gets said a lot. All of a sudden, you're 55 minutes in, wash closet, or whatever. Water closet, wash closet? I'm American. It's just a bathroom to me. Not really sure. Roche is back up. And this is what Fnatic want. They want to secure some safety, get that Aegis, grab themselves a cheese, make it a little bit easier to go up those steps, finish the game potentially.
Let's see if T1 decides to contest this. They might go for a sneaky play, possibly steal it with the Song of the Siren, but I still don't feel like they can just straight up fight 5 versus 5.
They're going to Moonlight Shadow, try to make their way over. Raven's coming in, blink away, Dream Coil will miss. And so will the two Dusts. They don't get their hands on the Beastmaster. So now Dream Coil's down, but you still got a lot of control from Fnatic.
In your pubs, you know, someone misses a Dream Coil, very reportable.
Can you report after lobby games?
No, but, you know, pub games, sure. Every single time. Whenever it's up, you need to cycle those. Like, you do not want to have 5 remaining. Because what's the point of it? Like, you just need to spend it.
Yeah. I think I'm always at 0. So I'm doing a lot of reporting, I think. Making the Dota community probably, you know, my
or
reasons
you're
for
getting
reports.
reported all the time and you're not getting any back. Makes a lot of sense. So
I think I have a 10,000 behavior score, I hope. Fingers crossed. I try not to look.
Don't we all? No, we don't. I'm wondering what's the average behavior score in Dota? Probably around like 6,000.
That seems so low.
It really doesn't, you know. You're so naive, B-Cop.
I don't know. I had 10K my entire... I've maybe slipped to 9980 or something like that, but, you know. Especially right now, in the flat, I don't have a button for my mic, so I keep pretty quiet. Can't get recorded.
Oh, yeah, my mic got me in trouble multiple times. Like, this is when the behavior score starts to drop. So, back to the Roche pit.
Here they go. Doesn't look like it'll be...
Seems like an easy one, not contested. Where's Naga at?
Trying to get close.
Very close.
Ooh, Zephyr looking to snatch it. Raven gets it. They got the kill on Dire, but they snatched the Aegis. Close. Zephyr was almost there with the timing.
He made a space in inventory, just trying to grab it, but that's cheese and Aegis for Fnatic. Now Enigma has a Lincoln Sphere, doesn't have to care about the Swap or the Roar, one of those two.
Going for the Shard as well. Still want that black hole. Pull you in. T1 coming over. Force Staff. Pop the Lincolns. They've got the stun. There are a lot of heroes here, Whiteman. I don't know if you want to be there. Especially when you're getting 2 clicked by Raven.
Whiteman's really fast on using the Force Staff into Mana Drain, into Hex. Just removing that Lincoln Sphere with the Mana Drain and a successful cast on Hex.
Just ended up being too much to handle with the 2 other heroes around.
Yeah. You know, but we gotta give him credit.
So, Ogre now at 9,000 gold on that net worth. That Midas paying off. He's got
really
a Force
is.
Staff. He's level 20.
No, he got Midas at what, like 30-minute mark?
Maybe even a little later than that.
I think it was 30. And then a Force Staff now sitting on 2,000 gold. Got himself to level 20. Extra attack speed on Bloodlust.
Could potentially outfarm the Enigma here.
I think it's go time. Like, the lanes are in a good state. Glyph is popped. You have mid pushed in. You have bottom pushed in.
How will they try to defend this for T1? Let the first set of racks go. They've got a refresher on the Beastmaster. So 2 roars, 2 opportunities.
I think he just wants to have
Nice
one
Lotus.
extra for Enigma's Lincoln Sphere.
Arrow for Staff. They've got the stun. They're looking for the Pit of Malice. Can they get the first life out of his hands? Yes, they can. So that's just the reincarnation. They have 40 seconds to work with. They get the kill on a White Mon. They look over at Carl. They'll finish the Venge off. Take out 2. They both have buyback. They've bought back on White Mon. Will they buy back on the Venge? There's the Abysso coming through. The stun onto the Underlord as well as the Finger. They get the kill, but the Black Hole is onto the Naga as well as the Beastmaster. They just don't have the damage finish off the Naga just yet. However, they kill off Cuckoo. They take the Beastmaster out of the fight, and he bought out on that Refresher Orb, so he doesn't have buyback. Dead for 73 seconds. They've got the Silence out of the Bench as well as the Lion. They look over at White Mon. Now, with the Song, they'll reset, but what do you have in this reset? Arrow comes in. That'll hit onto this Puck, but do they have anything else? Raven starts to come forward. The right clicks are in. They get the kill to Carl. They'll end up losing Moon. He's got buyback. Naga getting low. The right clicks from Raven. Will it be enough? He gets under the tier 4 tower. They've got the stun. They'll get the kill, and he'll buy back immediately, but Zephyr's been caught, and he's been killed off.
I believe that's it. They lost pretty much everyone. They're knocking on your tier 4s now, hitting the throne, and the double Gs are dropped. So yeah, pretty nice showing from Fnatic. T1 with the lineup that needed to do more early on. Like, you needed to get out of the laning stage with 3 to 5k gold advantage, keep the pressure going. That's why I would have wanted to see a different hero than the Naga Siren that, you know, just goes for the towers, puts a bit more pressure. And yeah, all the Fnatic needed to do is defend towers, get some levels, get the farm, and it was their game to take.
Yeah, much better laid out plan for Fnatic. This one not as back and forth as the first game. This was all Fnatic the entire time. And a lot better play from them, I thought, overall. But we'll have a little word from our panel, see what their thoughts are. We're on this second game. We'll throw it over to you guys. Nomad, take it away.
Yep, game number 1, a little bit dirty, a little bit naughty, but game number 2, they clean things up, and it's looking spick and span for Fnatic in game number 2. That's how you do it. That's how you take a game, and unfortunately the Naga Siren didn't come through for them in the end. What would you say was T1's biggest weakness in the second game?
Naga pick overall didn't... it was literally countered. They just had everything that they needed to deal with her. A lot of magic damage coming from the Puck with those illusions. You could see she's trying to split push bottom lane. Puck just clears them up. The laning stage itself, Underlord, switching Enigma to position 4 and Underlord being offlane was also a major outplay in the drafting stage by Fnatic, because it literally makes Naga useless in the laning stage, forces her to the jungle a little bit earlier, but the synergy of this team, like we've mentioned it during the draft, Lacoste mentioned it right now, together with BCOP, it's so awkward because you have this super active lineup with the Beastmaster, with the Mirana, with the Venge, Ags, mid lane, and then you have a Naga that's just AFK farming. Yeah.
And I kind of feel like the side of Fnatic really played into that. Like, they were just more than happy to kind of coast with their advantage. They didn't feel the pressure because they were like, hey, what are they going to do? You know, they've got this Aura lineup, which isn't doing anything early, and we know it's going to fall off late, and then the Naga's not going to be able to carry this game. I feel like that was their mentality from the very start, and that's why they went for this stuff like Ogre Midas, and the Enigma went for BKB and Linken's, because why not? You don't need the Auras. You don't really need to defend your towers that badly.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it in the draft already. Like, there's no point about... Like, why do you pick an Aura draft if your carry is not part of the Aura? Like, the whole point of an Aura draft
is to buff it up.
To buff your carry, yeah. And even though the Auras have the same effect on a hero like Naga, it just doesn't amplify it. You know, like a Drow Ranger with these Auras gets amplified a lot. Same as Luna. There's probably a couple of others I can't.
And they amplify you as well. They amplify the whole strategy.
Like, you help each other. That's the point of an Aura draft. Like, you literally just group up as 5 and you help each other. Naga Siren doesn't really accomplish that at all. And we could see his impact in this game was, like, there was no impact. You know, you couldn't feel it. Like, there was a Naga, okay, but a Radiance, we have all the Underlord magic damage, we have Midnight Pulse, we have Puck's magic damage.
as well, Radiance, Mjolnir.
What do you want to do as Naga? It's not even his fault that he can't do anything, it's just a terrible Naga game.
Some really good black holes, by the way. Being able to catch a core Venge next to a Beastmaster as an Enigma, that's top level. That's the dream right there.
Yeah. Like, nice cancels inside my black hole. Thank you very much.
And you look at that Venge with Vlads and Aghanims, like it's not going to scale that much. Venge, in my opinion, is still a strong core mid. I think it can work in some situations, but this just wasn't it. She wants to be fighting all the time to actually make use of those 2 lives.
I think it was a fine pick. It's just like the Naga route.
The Naga just ruins it, yeah.
Yeah. And overall, I think, would you say that T1's being held back by their draft?
Yeah, like even in game 1, like,
Yeah.
I mean, the Wraith King, you know, they had other problems too, but like, if they replace the Wraith King with a carry that is not actually already countered, then they will have a much better shot at winning as well. Because in the game 2, they did the same thing. It's already countered, it's a rough game already, but you pick it into it anyway. Like, I don't know their thinking when they're drafting, but it's definitely the biggest weakness so far in those 2 games.
In the second game as well, they do build the vessel, like on the Mirana very early on the position 4.
When you don't need it.
When you don't really need it. I mean, it's all right. It's decent versus Underlord. He has a lot of HP. Decent versus Wraith King, I suppose. But the first game, like, I would rather have vessel in that one than this.
Yeah, I mean, one thing which I kind of wanted to see this game, which I mentioned when we were talking about the game in between the panel and this, was that I was kind of hoping that we might see a Mage Slayer, maybe from the Venge, maybe from the Naga, just some way to limit the output of the damage of either the Underlord or the Wraith King, because it does work against the Radiance, it works against all of Underlord's spells. I don't know, it could have been something. I felt like they needed to do something more to stop this Naga Siren just getting completely controlled and taken out of the fights and not really having that game impact, but I don't really know what that could have been. And who's your MVP for this game, guys?
I mean, honestly, the entire team played really well. Like, Jabs, I think, played phenomenally.
Yeah,
so it's probably
this
Jabs
game,
or me.
this game definitely him.
Jabs and Moon both had standout performances, but it was a really tough Enigma game, but he made it look easy, so, like,
Yeah,
you
like
gotta
how do
give
you
it to
even
him.
get that farm in a game such as this one? Like you get Lincolns and BKB and Bling. Like it's
How do you
really
even
solid
Black
performance.
Hole, Avenge, and Beastmaster?
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty good. Well, let's see what the official MVP is going to be for game number 2. And it's
There you go.
There we go.
There
There we
it
go.
is.
See, we're in sync. We're in sync. It is indeed the Enigma. I mean, well deserved as well. It was a game where you've not just got 1 but 2 black hole cancelling abilities. He didn't care. He just said, "Hey, okay, fine. You pick more heroes." Next game, what's it going to be? Is it going to be 3 black hole cancelling heroes against him? He's not going to care.
Silence as well. Black Hole
Yeah, that's it.
That would be impressive. But yeah, really good game coming out from
Rubik,
Fnatic.
Silencer, Revenge, Beastmaster.
The
Just
full
pick me
5-man
Enigma.
draft.
no?
5.
Yeah.
It's fine, I'll get them all. Don't worry about it, guys. I got you. What a game. What a game. And Fnatic looking really strong now. They're definitely looking like one of the favorites. You know, this is one of the teams which we've tagged to be like, hey, they could challenge TNC as the dominant team in SEA. And I think this game's giving their fans a lot of hope. So, I want to talk about a little something before we throw to a break, actually. Valve mentioned earlier today that they were going to be releasing some fan packs which were actually created by the teams themselves with some voice lines. That's the thing I'm most interested in. Some sprays, some emotes, and some voice lines given from the teams themselves. What are you guys hoping for in that?
And I'm hoping that they're going to approach me too. I got lots of voice lines, as you both know.
There's so many voice lines.
I have so many voice lines. I have so many like different voices I can use. I'm like an incredible talent. I'm very disappointed they didn't actually approach me with it.
I mean,
Humble too.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
very humble.
So humble.
To hop on that train, like, does any of these players play harmonica? I don't think they do. Like,
Well, I for one would like, you know, just we see in the webcams as well, like the laughter and like the shouting sometimes. I just want some shouting from our guys, you know, any of them. Fnatic, TNC, and T1, any of the SEA teams, yeah, I just want to hear them shouting in their languages, and that would be great. If I could just shout at someone with you know, a voice line from Raven or Jazz. Absolutely. I mean, those are the best lines, the ones which you have no idea what they're saying, but you can just feel the energy behind them.
Which one will be the most sold one? Probably OG, right?
yeah.
Yeah, well, they're going to play into it. You know, they're
100%.
probably just going to give themselves voice lines that they can then use against their opponents.
Yeah, they would think about their voice lines before the game, you know,
Yeah.
like.
Which ones do we want to select for this game?
Yeah. What do you think about the Learn tab? Not the Learn tab, sorry. What do you think about the new
Rest in
update?
peace.
That is, yeah. The Learn tab got patched before I actually clicked on it.
I
so,
crashed my game,
yeah.
so I didn't touch it anymore. After
Yeah,
that.
I didn't click it.
It's
I
pretty
didn't even
accurate.
know.
So
yeah.
you want to learn Dota 2? Just
Yeah, I mean
Be done with
the new overlay and everything. It looks pretty solid, right? Like
You mean
user
like
interface.
the schedule, everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely put in some good work into this update, especially when it comes to, you know, it's like showcasing the DPC a little bit more, because there was one of the big criticisms that we gave them, that they, you know, quote unquote, don't care too much. But
It's very
Patch
elegant, very elegant.
looks good.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, they've introduced a watch tab into Dota, which gives you all the information about the DPC, including all the group points and where you can watch all the streams, and of course the standings, which we can also see here, and how this has affected things. Of course, you know, this is the only game which we've seen so far in the upper bracket, so there's of course Fnatic now on top, feeling pretty good.
Okay, one on the bottom. Wow. Invited team, last place.
There we go.
Disgrace.
One of them had to be.
It happens, yeah. Like, we had one of our panelists play for them as well. No wonder they're on the bottom at the moment.
I wonder who that was.
Yeah.
Where's the cost right now?
He's chilling. And of course, talking about watching things smoothly, you can also watch this this broadcast in 4K on YouTube as well. So you know, if you want to see Lizard's muscles in full 4K definition, or Black's lovely mug in nice high fidelity, then head over there as well, and you can see some lovely high resolution shots of our beautiful panel members, and of course the game itself as well. Alrighty, folks, we're going to throw it over to a break, and it's going to be about 20 to 25 minutes, and then we're going to be back with the next series of the day, so stick around for more DPC SEA action here at the PGL Bucharest Studios. We'll see you soon.
This life crossroad, this life no joke. So don't look back, 'cause I'll be there in the smoke. Rising out the ashes, the phoenix, the burning the rage. We'll hunt you right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze. While the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for you all. Whether you like it or not, you've already gotten involved. Don't take it personal, I gotta finish you off. 'Cause only room at the top for one gun in the drawer.
Hello and welcome back to the DPC. We are here in the Southeast Asia region with PGL, and my name is Noma. Joining me is, of course, as always, it's Black, it's Lizard, and they're going to help us break down this best of 3 series, which we're about to get into. And this one is going to be an interesting one. Neon versus Boom. Now, obviously, Neon are the underdogs in this story. Boom, they're the invited team. We've seen this story twice before yesterday. What are we thinking? Is it more likely that Neon take a game off Boom than it was yesterday with the Chinese region?
Yeah, I would say so. First and foremost, it's a different region in which anyone is a contender. Anyone can take a game or the full series. Again, there is an upside for Boom. They didn't have to play a lot of games recently. Meanwhile, Neon was even competing up to 2-3 days ago in different regional leagues, tournaments. Ruby, Tiara, I think they won it. So there's a list of their games, a list of drafts. I think you can find like 10 games in the last week on its own, so that's a big advantage for Boom.
Yeah, but for me personally, I don't want to discredit Boom or anything, but Neon is one of my favorite teams to watch actually in this tournament. I've watched them online quite a bit, and they've been destroying their opponents.
Yep.
And their team play is really good. The players in the team are really good. They have a lot of potential, and there is. I'm just looking forward to whether it all can come together or not. Because they definitely have the potential to, be in the top 3.
Yeah, like 2 days ago, the grand final, they went 3-1. Like just 3 games very easily taken by them. They look like they're in the meta with the heroes that they picked too. But I can't go against Boom. Like I'm not super biased. It's like Indonesia versus Philippines. When I was streaming a little bit on YouTube, I had always a lot of Indonesian players, like viewers there. Yeah. They would, what was it? Lizard apa kabar. That's what they would. Apa kabar. That's what. Do you know what it means?
Apa kappa?
Apa kabar. Yeah.
No,
I think it's like how are you or something like that. I hope it's nothing bad. But they would spam me with that, and then they would call me noob or whatnot every time I fed. But fun times.
It's probably
Long
something
time.
bad. If you don't know what it is, it's usually something bad.
No, I think it's like what's up or something. Like
Of course.
it's like the first thing they would write. I hope it's not that.
Just come in the stream immediately like, Lizard noob, get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm just here to insult you.
Yep. Yeah.
But it's interesting the point you made about them being on meta for Neon, because I think definitely when you're looking at the carry player Natsumi, his historical heroes have been like kind of Wraith King and PL, 2 heroes, which Morphling, of course. These 3 heroes are really popular right now, especially obviously Wraith King and PL seem some rise in popularity at the start of the patch, at least in public games. Seems to have died down a little bit, but still definitely a viable hero in the right circumstances. So I do think it's a really great patch for Neon. Whilst they do have games on public record, they have practiced in a competitive environment. So I think some of the other teams, we've been kind of seeing them making some basic mistakes, which has been quite disappointing, but I don't think we're going to see that with Neon. These guys are practiced, and they are used to being under the limelight. Yes, it's DPC time. Yes, it's time to get serious, and that might cause them a little bit of nerves and possibly some upset there. But I think this is one of the teams which I think is going to be strongest from the invited teams out of both the Chinese and SCA regions. And I don't know, I'm willing to stick by that. I think we might see this team doing pretty damn well.
Yeah, for me personally, it's different from player to player. But whenever I played, I much rather play all the time whenever I can. Simply just to be practiced and be on your A game when you can. Because even now, T1, we just saw, they haven't competed in a tournament for quite a while, and they made a lot of very basic mistakes. Like they're not warmed up yet. They're not ready to compete yet. They're not in the form they should be.
But you scrim as well, right? There's
yeah,
also that.
Of course, yeah. But it's always, scrimming is always very different. You probably also know.
No,
right?
I understand.
Everyone's not as serious.
I've had players abandon my scrims against me from tier 1 teams, just abandon after a couple of minutes of play. So anything can happen in the scrims. It's wild, and also teams are mostly. mixing up stuff. You know, they don't want to share a lot of their strategies with you as well, especially if you're scrimming from the same region. That's why some teams avoid each other as well. So scrims, obviously not as important as tournaments.
Casual flex there, Lizard. You know, tier 1 teams abandoned against him. You heard it here first, folks, man. This guy's
I didn't say that they were
absolute
losing.
beast.
I didn't say that they were losing.
they were just like, these guys, just not worth playing against.
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
gonna
I never said that.
I mean, you think it's funny, but it actually happens a lot where, like, in 10 minutes, for the, you know, quote-unquote better team, they think it's over.
Yeah,
they
and
will
they just
literally
don't wanna play.
they will GG out, even though they're the ones crushing, you know, just
Wow.
because, like, you know, worth the time.
Wow.
It happens a lot.
That feels bad, man.
Yeah, it feels
That is,
really bad, yeah. And
jeez.
it's just a waste of everyone's time, you know. So it's pretty
True.
disrespectful, and I think people have gotten a little bit more professional where that doesn't happen. It's just, you know, like you finish your scheduled practice and then next time you just don't play them anymore
Yeah.
if you feel like it isn't worth it. But yeah, it
Well,
was pretty rough back then.
Yeah, I hear in the China region they actually have contracts to do with scrimming with in between organizations, where they'll say things like, you know, you have to scrim us this many times a week, and you know you've got to commit. So I imagine that's probably doesn't happen there. I mean, that could be an interesting thing, but I imagine that probably doesn't happen in the SEA region so much, or any other region, to be honest. I doubt.
I mean, SEA is by far, I've played in pretty much every region. I think SEA by far is the most chaotic one when it just comes to everything. The players, the people, the attitude, the emotions, everything is just chaotic. You don't even know where it's happening.
Wait. Okay, so it's more chaotic than CIS?
Much more chaotic.
Really?
Yeah, like SEA is actually, like, it can go from 100 to 0 in 1 second,
Okay,
or
but
vice versa.
the old
100 to 0.
CIS.
Okay,
not-
the old
not
CIS,
the old
sure,
CIS.
sure.
It's
The-
kind of the same, right?
The Davai
Yeah.
one.
The Davai one.
The vibe. But, you know, it's like the primordial ooze, isn't it? You know, when everything's chaotic, clashing into each other, heating up, you know, maybe that's when we can see evolution take place. And some of the better teams and better players, you know, if you're forged by chaos, then nothing can hold you back, right?
It can happen a lot of times. Even back then, MVP Phoenix, I don't know how many
Yep.
people still know that. They literally just had one style, which was run at you all the time, pos 5 Bounty Hunter, offlane Spirit Breaker. Most teams couldn't deal with it. They got top 6 at TI, simply because they just overran you. You know, it's a completely different playstyle. And even TNC, they won a major, you know. It's just a very different playstyle that you need to get accustomed to.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk of that as well. People talking about how some regions have very, very fast playstyles, and it kind of feels like those regions might have the upper hand when it comes to the international play, which is going to be interesting to see. I think most people, you know, it feels like each region's been locked away in a cupboard, and everyone's kind of getting changed, and we're about to come out the cupboard with our new outfits on. And who's going to look the best? You know, most people seem to think it's going to be EU. A few people think China. I think most people who have been watching both very closely realize it's a toss-up between the two. Very, very even between both.
Does anyone think
Europe
it's
and
going to be
China.
NA? Is there anyone?
There's EG.
Yeah.
But other than
I mean, so those 5 players believe, but anyone else?
I mean,
Maybe 6 the
maybe
coach?
Slacks.
Slacks?
Yeah,
He,
you know,
he doesn't believe. He's trying to ruin it with Arkush Gaming, man. He's fighting the NA. He's their
actually an
worst
agent.
enemy. He's the agent.
paid
yeah.
agent, yeah.
No, he's the chaos. He's the primordial ooze, like I'm telling you. You know, he's trying to stir the ooze and make it into a lovely a broth, which can find success in the international stage. But no, I think SA region is kind of looking like it could be bringing some competition soon. Same CIS, obviously. They've got some great teams over there. They've been fighting with the EU guys and trying to threaten some slots. Na'Vi and VP, both looking very formidable. So I think in the international stage, there's so much competition. SEA, can they stand up to it?
I think so. Yeah, definitely. I like now that you mentioned CIS, I'm gonna draw a parallel with SEA. This new team of Virtus.pro Polar. I think it was very sad for them that TI wasn't happening this year because they were in such crazy form.
Oh, Prodigy.
Prodigy, not Polar, sorry, Prodigy.
That's old
I mean,
school.
they became Virtus.pro anyway.
Yeah,
afterwards,
the
but
main roster
They
now,
were
but-
in. They just surprised everyone. In the first couple of weeks of the leagues that they played, they would crush OG. They would crush Secret. They were just winning versus every single tier 1 team. And I believe that SCA, perhaps they do not have the most experienced captains and whatnot, even though they're getting there. They can definitely recreate that style and play the same way and just surprise you with something new.
So what teams to you most reflect the potential you saw in Virtus.pro Prodigy back then?
Like I can't say TNC because they're not the same.
Established,
TNC is
yeah.
established, yeah, and it's very difficult to say. Like perhaps I'm mostly looking forward to and cheering for 496. It's a team that no one is really looking at as the upper dogs, the team, but I believe that they have a lot of potential. It's something that I see in their support duo and Bombi as well. I just like those guys.
They're a fun team. I personally think Neon could be that, maybe, but you know, Boom also has a huge amount of potential. That team just seems to be getting better and better, slowly improving every single time I watch them play. But in terms of the, you know, out of the barracks, just fighting fit, looking and surprising everybody and catch them off guard, I think 496 and Neon have to be those underdogs which we could possibly see coming into players as their own unit. And as we're just about to jump into the draft very quickly, Black, what kind of heroes and what kind of playstyle are you expecting from both these teams in this series?
Neon is usually... Actually, both teams, I think, are quite hard carry focused.
Yeah, definitely.
So they're like very, you know, textbook meta, quote unquote. So we'll just have to see who has better execution. I'm looking very forward to, especially the mid players, Mikoto, and I actually don't know how he wants to be called, Cute.
Kez
No,
it's
not
Kez
good.
is a 5.
Quappa.
Yeah.
What's the mid laner's name of Neon?
Hyde
Cutie or something?
on Neon?
Yeah.
Yopaj?
Yopaj.
Yopaj, yeah.
Or
yeah.
Yopai? How do you pronounce it?
I don't
Yopaj
know.
or
I don't
Yopaj?
know at all. Like his name
people
gives
say
me the most
Yopaj.
trouble out of any region.
I would rather say Yopai. I don't know
Yeah,
why.
that's Yopaj. I mean,
Yeah.
his Steam name is Cutie Pie or whatever. So
Yeah. Okay, so Boom Esports, this combo is actually sick. Like Kotal plus Bounty. If you go dual offlane like this, it's so much damage, man.
Maybe Shuriken.
What, just
Not only the Shuriken, the Janada as well, right? Like there's so much damage. The goal steal. Mirana, I don't think you like overall playing versus Bounty. Like in the game, it can be a little bit difficult. But their bans as well, Puck and Nyx, it's something. Yeah, you just look at their games, the last couple of games that Neon has played in the tournaments, and they've drafted both of these heroes. So they're also broken, obviously, in the meta.
Yeah. Just like OD. I mean, the Timber ban is probably more like some internal knowledge kind of thing that we're not part of. Where Troll... Troll is still a bit scary. Like I feel like Troll is a bit scared of Caudal Bounty if it actually the dual offlane combo. Because you just spam with shurikens and Janata hits, even a Troll can't tank that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's a lot of damage. You don't have to right-click him. You just spam Illuminate, pull the hard camp, and spam Chakra on Bounty Hunter to continue those Janata or Shuriken tosses.
What do you think about his Coddle's new spell, the one which blows
really
out my
strong.
eardrums every time someone casts it?
Wait, the second one?
Yeah, it's so loud.
What's
Solar
the name?
Bind.
What's the name? Solar Bind.
It's Solar Bind,
Jesus.
yeah, it's really strong.
The light comes and binds you, man.
Yeah, the sun
Blinds my ears.
binds you in a spot, you know. It's really strong.
Yeah.
I like that spell a lot.
It
I
lasts so
still
long
don't max
too.
it. Like what?
As I said, it lasts so long.
Yeah,
too.
it's
the
very
duration
long.
is crazy long.
Mhm.
And I mean, no, I think you don't even need to max it. Like if you have a level 1, he just keeps moving. He's gonna be at 100
Yep.
movement speed after a while already.
But even later on in the game as well, I played one Kotal game against Lycan and I was like, oh my god, he's just gonna send his things at me and I'm gonna die. But then you think, okay, I can Solar Bind him. I can also use Blinding Light to get rid of the creeps, perhaps a Force Staff, and you're good. Like overall, I like the hero a lot. I think it's my favorite position 4 at the moment.
Yeah, of course, his Illuminate also got massively buffed.
Yep.
I hate playing against Coddle right now. Like he just because like again, you know, like that's what happens so much with Dota lately. Like the entire knowledge you have of the game just gets completely mixed up. Because you always know it's 2, 3, 4, 5 seconds. He stands there, casts a thing, but they reduced that cast time, but it still does the same damage. But I think even a little bit more now. So he just stands there for like less than a second, and boom, you get like 200 damage in your face.
If you
You're like, wow, I forgot they changed that. You know?
If he uses Solar Bind on you as well, like.
Yeah, it's
so
magic resistance.
Before the patch hit, I was crying how I'm sad that heroes are being taken away from us, like old Kotal and some other old heroes that have been changed complete. Enchantress just changed completely, not the same heroes anymore, you know. And then Kotal literally, he was given everything he had before back, right?
Sure, have 6 spells, no problem.
And some more with the shard, because now you can heal up heroes again once more. Spirit Breaker.
Ooh.
It's really good against Coddle and Bounty.
And Bounty as well.
If Bounty's ever charged, he's more than likely gonna die because he doesn't know he's charged. Obviously,
Yeah.
he's just gonna run somewhere and.
Yeah, it's old school, very old school counter to Bounty. You had 3 heroes that you would like to pick: Spirit Breaker, Clockwork, and Dirt Spirit. That's what you want to play versus Bounty.
Plus, I really love playing Troll when you've got a Spirit Breaker on your team because it just allows you to stay on that one target. And not only do you have vision of them, but you also know that they're going to get stunned and then ultied and controlled, so you're almost always going to be able to bring them down. And that's really important for Troll. But once again, we see this Pangolier coming out as an answer to the Troll Warlord. Quite nice because you've got that disarm there, of course.
Yep, as the A-region special, they love their Pangolier. It can be mid, it can be off lane.
Yeah.
We'll see what they're
Yeah,
planning.
it's looking pretty flexible with both the Bounty Hunter and the Pangolier so far.
Their bans, by the way, the Night Stalker ban is something that Neon has played before with the Troll, so it's the combination that they did run earlier. Sand King, I can't remember if I saw it in one of their drafts, but alright. Interesting. Have seen it played by some other teams on position 4 or on offlane.
Yeah, I mean, Senki Mirana is an old school
Old
combo,
school, yeah.
of course. But it can lose out to some spam lanes, like Coddle plus... I mean, we'll see what they
You don't even know what the lanes are here, right, for Boom.
Yeah, it could even be Pos 5 Bounty Hunter. Actually, Pos 5 Bounty Hunter is quite strong against Mirana.
It's amazing.
Yeah, you
It's
just
really
keep
good,
hitting
yeah.
him. Jinada.
The problem with Mirana is you want to be trading hits and arrowing every now and then. And Bounty Hunter, he just finds you and he out-hits you. He has more armor. If you're level 1 with an arrow, he's going to zone you on his own. Like, he doesn't have to do that with the Sand King, but he can definitely do that to you.
It's
Go for
Bloodseeker
Bloodseeker.
time.
Yeah.
Coming into my element, but spamming this hero in my pubs. I can tell you all you need to know about the Bloodseeker. And one thing to note already is that he's against 2 strength heroes, so it might be tempting for him to go for the Shard, which basically gives him Feast, which is really nice little buff for him. But yeah, it's looking like it's carry, and yeah, I mean basically you just take the Q, get a few points in it, take the 10 talent, which gives you attack speed, build Maelstrom, and you just farm insanely fast and kill even faster.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best sustain carries in the game as well. There's just so much pressure on you to like deny all the creeps, because like, if he just gets like 1 wave, suddenly he's full health again. It just feels so bad to play against the Bloodseeker, honestly.
Yep. Pretty strong with the Kotl as well. You have the Blood Rite, you have the Ignus Fatus, you have Chakra Magic as well with the Blood Rite, which has been nerfed a little bit, but still, with that Kotl will alleviate that pain a little bit. I was thinking maybe they even took that Bloodseeker to prevent Neon from taking it because they have Pango, right? Like that could have been a decent.
It's decent, but it's also really good against Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to play Spirit Breaker anymore. I had that in one pub game. You just ulted the guy and dead.
That's,
Yeah, it's the same
He,
thing with Phoenix
he forgot to
sometimes.
press S. to
Yeah,
st-
I mean, even if he does, like the hero just useless, right?
Yeah.
If he can't run. So
It's better to ride or die than
yeah, I mean, sometimes
cancel your charge.
You just
It's
gotta,
a true Spirit Breaker
you gotta
player.
commit to your thoughts, man.
Exactly.
I ain't
exactly.
stopping for nothing.
that's the true Spirit Breaker mentality, right? there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Press charge, hands off the keyboard until you land.
This Boom Esports draft is very funky. There's so much random damage coming in from everywhere, like
Yeah.
Illuminate, Track Tosses, Pango, Bloodseeker.
But it's very individual.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
like there's nothing coming together just yet.
No, I was thinking that there's nothing really which the Bloodseeker wants to play. Like maybe the Pango, but you know, you want someone to hold them there for a minute so that you can just get off your ulti and get off your Blood Rite and then chase them afterwards, which doesn't really seem to be there. But Bloodseeker also thrives in chaos, so I guess that kind of works out.
Yeah, but it's just like for both sides. Even Neon, like the only quote-unquote combo they have is like a Sand King Mirana arrow.
Yep.
There's no setups for anything else.
I feel like Boom Esports, let's see. Void
Spirit.
So should be your...
Again, just
I have no idea who
This
the
is just
carry
like
is here.
this
Yeah.
is like 5 heroes doing whatever they want.
Yeah.
do you reckon they've all just got a dice and they're just going to roll for their roll for their hero? Just like, yeah, I'm playing mid lane Coddle, let's go.
It's so much fun though. Like look at Boom
Hell yeah.
Esports. It's so much fun. Like they can run around you, like they run circles around you. They can do so much with every single one, and you have track in that early game to benefit from any kills that you get. But Neon Esports, yeah, they might not have as many combos, but they look a little bit more stable at least, if nothing else.
I mean, Boom, like they're lacking team fight for sure. The only thing they have is a Pango ult.
You can have the disco ball as well a little bit later with the axe.
But that's not nearly as effective anymore. And
No,
I don't
not
know,
against
they just have to like split push, pretty much. Split push, pickoffs here, get like 1-2 kills with bounty, you know, make them rotate to the other side of the map, and then abuse that kind of mobility they have. Because team fighting is going to be tough against tanking.
That's true. That's true.
With that draft.
Team fighting again, it will be tough against one hero that they have, because that's one extra hero that you don't when it comes to team fights, right? Like.
It's true. I think this is a big test for Neon. The way I'm looking at it, I mean, they're going to pick their hard carry hero now, maybe like
Storm. Yeah.
Oh.
I was thinking Puck or Storm. Puck is banned. You go Storm.
Yeah, lane's
Oh,
very
sorry,
well.
they got the troll. Yeah, the mid laner. My bad.
They have no control
yeah.
for that Storm. Like, if he gets a good game, like, what do they do?
Yeah, absolutely no stuns. When you look at that, like, how do you catch people?
Remnant into Bloodright into
It's a
Panic
tough
into
ask, man.
lose game. Yeah, it's a really good Storm game. But will the chaos produced by the side of Boom be too much for Neon to play into? I really feel like this is a kind of a testing draft for Neon. Like they've come at them, Boom have come at them and just put a load of problems on the table, and they're gonna try and bring this game down to their level where they're just allowed to just like throw spells and cause absolute chaos. Neon, they need to show now that they have like the captainship and the team play to overcome that, not fall prey to this madness and actually keep themselves together. So do you think they can do it?
I mean, how are we supposed to do our job if they like draft like this, you know?
It's so difficult.
Like, they're
It's
literally
so
just gonna run at each other,
Yeah.
and then one team is gonna win. I don't.
What? Wow, great
Yeah,
analysis.
yeah,
One team's going to
exactly.
win, guys. You heard it here
Yeah.
first. Black just laying down the fat truths. Alrighty, guys, I'm going to have to hear a prediction from the both of you. I know it's hard. But
You can go first. Man. Enjoy.
All right, so Neon's esports draft is very solid, but I'm gonna go with the creativity and craziness that Boom is bringing to the table. I'll go with them. I'll go with Boom.
alrighty, Black.
I'll go the Storm. I think he's gonna snowball. And
You're taking the easy way out.
I mean, of course. I mean, I'm here to analyze, you know?
I
like,
see.
what do they do to the Storm? They can't do anything to him until Void Spirit gets his Yule Scepter. And then they have one stun for him.
Yeah, it's
Very good,
difficult.
very good.
Like,
He probably won't even die.
I'm just for the craziness, but he's got a
beautiful.
very good point.
Yeah. I think Neon can do this. I think Neon, they've had the practice recently. They're not going to be as fresh as some of the newer teams which haven't been playing so much competitive recently, but we've seen from some of the qualified teams. So, yeah, I think Neon got this. So we've got 2 for Neon, 1 for Boom. What do you guys think? Let us know in the Twitch chat. But over to our casters, which is going to be B-Cop and Lacoste. Take it away, you fine, fine gentlemen.
Thank you, Nomad. Looking at Neon up against Boom. I think I'm on the Neon train. It seems like a weird draft from Boom.
You know, Boom, I can't remember I've seen draft like this in a really long time. This is just a lineup that's going to be pretty chaotic. They have no tower damage. I'm not sure, even if you are... Like, this type of lineup with Bounty Hunter, it can work because, you know, you get that extra gold, you keep the aggression going, but I don't think you can just end the game. Like, even if you're 10,000 gold ahead, you can't sit there and try to go for a tower. Arrow misses.
The arrow's to the right, so that might keep Makoto alive. They'll chase. They've got the charge that forces him into the dissimulate just to stay alive. FBZ comes over. Januel in some trouble. Now he's the one taking a lot of damage, but the Barrel Strike comes out from Play Hard. This is a full team fight.
Oh, the
before
four-man blast.
They'll go for Drew. If they could kill this Bloodseeker, that would be pretty devastating early, but the Blood right down. Yopaj, he ends up silenced. Kezcute right under his nose. Maybe looking to get a shot in, but that is very dangerous for Kezcute. They don't have the heroes to come over and hit him with a Burrow Strike again, or maybe an arrow. So nobody dies. 5v5 mid.
That's something that we usually don't see, you know. We see people rotating, people dying, but not this time around. The Storm lost a lot of region. He already had to eat his tango. Let's see what he's bringing. Yeah, just another set of tangos on the mid lane. So, yeah, I think Black had a really good point. It's a free Storm Spirit game where they have no stuns. You don't care too much about Rupture. It's hard to set things up with the Void Spirit. At least they have some tower damage with the Troll, so I'm leaning towards the Neon Esports lineup.
Yeah, and it's tough to see where, like, even if you win these fights, it still seems like Neon's going to have that time to farm up. Like, how are you pushing if you're Boom?
You can't. You can't hit the towers. Like, these heroes are really not good at it. You can't just, you know, expect Bloodseeker to go and hit the tier 1 tower like 120 times to kill it.
Yeah. Could be very problematic. And I'm excited to see some of these guys here on Neon and Boom, namely Yopaj. I was hoping he'd pick that Earth Spirit. Ooh, play hard. Burrow Strike out of the blood right. Body blocks from KezQ. First blood there for Drew. So Bloodseeker getting first blood. Not too long into the game to get to that first blood. And now Bloodseeker gets a bit of a boost.
First Bloodseeker. That's his name in this game.
Over bottom, Natsumi, 8-3 already. How does this lane go for Troll? Is this one of these lanes that he's just safe and free to farm?
Yeah, I mean, all he needs to care about is dodging and Illuminate for some extra spam. Doesn't have the best position 5 in his lane, but Troll is one of the strongest laners overall, one of the best safe laners where he, you know, you have this range ability, you have a melee ability, miss chance, and you have a ranged access to secure the creeps. So top lane not going well as expected, like Sanking and Mirana, because they lost a lot of region in those engagements where no one died.
Yeah.
So like this lane should be much better for Sanking and Mirana, where Mirana just one-shots the range creep. There's the arrow.
And they've got the combination of the Burrow Strike as well as the arrow. They've done that to both heroes in this lane so far. Yeah, neither of which leading to a kill, though.
Also, as a Sanking, you do not want to get Burrow Strike level 1. He saw the opportunity to try to go for it. You're playing into 2 melee heroes, so Caustic Finale is the spell to go to. Like, it's so much harassment. You push out the lanes, you get level 2 faster than them. So, like, this missed opportunity on a mid kind of costing him a lot.
Makoto, one shot from dead. Oh, still regenning enough. Not enough damage there from Yopaj. The bottle sips, saving his life, and almost a solo kill for Yopaj in the mid lane.
His career is just going back, so that means that he's not going to have that healing salve for another like 30 seconds. So we might see 4 heroes, maybe 5, 6 on a mid lane just trying to secure the rune for their mid laners. Oh, this could be a kill.
Still needs to be careful.
Yopaj.
Wow. Yopaj putting the hurt in. Yeah, I definitely think we're going to see 3, 4, maybe 5v5 mid again. Why not? But you got to get that bottle filled, and when you're waiting on that salve, this is becoming a bit tough for Makoto.
Top lane, arrow will connect on a Bloodseeker, playing a bit too aggressively.
And they get the kill onto Drew. A little bit of revenge in that lane. Back over towards mid. You have the Spirit Breaker coming over, and Hyde picking up the Illusion Rune. So no bottle fill for either mid. It's a support that picks it up. Who benefits the most from that power rune being kept out of the opponent's mid?
Just having an Illusion Rune for...
Well, no, just keeping those bottles empty. Like, is there anybody more... Like, we're seeing a lot of aggression here from the Storm. Is it bad for him just not having that bottle fill? Like, can he still play the way he's done so? Makoto, he's also just...
Yeah, there's still a rune. No one wanted... Wait, why is it showing on minimap? Am I... Yeah, it's still showing for some reason. But it's not there. Not available.
Still in beta? It's okay.
It doesn't matter that much. If you're full HP, full mana, the rune is going to spawn in the next minute, so you will have a refill for your bottle, like the secure bounty rune on your side. It's being pinged out. KezQ trying to maybe snatch that rune, but a bit too late. No Boots of Speed, no Wind Lace.
This leaves Drew alone for a moment, but not expecting him to really die under the tier 1 tower where the creep wave is at the moment. Bottle fill for Storm. He's got 3 charges on it. He's hit level 6. Makoto about to hit that 6. I would expect potentially Makoto to be quite active hitting that 6. As Playhard getting chased by both Kescute and Drew. And it looks
Talking
like
about
Playhard,
active.
he stays alive. You've got the Storm Hero TPs in. They go after Drew. They have the charge from the Spirit Breaker. Burrow Strike short. Drew, though, still not looking like he can turn around
nice
or do
arrow,
anything. And the
snipe.
arrow from Scam ends up landing. They will trade for Playhard. It's Kescute who gets the kill. It was starting to
Yopaj
bring
with the
4
nice
heroes over.
rotation, because Mikoto does not have a point in Ether Remnant to, you know, just stop a TP, picks up a region rune so he can farm the jungle. Like there's also a stack on the side
Yeah.
Dire's
with
top
the
tower
3 points
is
in the
under attack.
simulate. Yeah, you can just, you know, clear the creep wave much easier, but I expect him to get at least 1 Ether Remnant point, maybe level 7, level 8. It's just a setup. You can also stop the Spirit Breaker's charge, which is nice. Spirit Breaker doesn't have a
going for
clear
him again.
target to go for on the mid lane.
Drew, arrow comes through, and Kescute keeping Drew out of harm's way, and pops the salve, still dead. Scam leaps in for the kill. Charge onto Drew. They still want to go forward for him with a rotation coming in. We'll see how detrimental this is to Neon. They've got 4 heroes. They'll lay down the Blood Right. Burrow Strike comes in. The silences are there. They've also disarmed the Storm. Eventually, Drew falls to Yopaj. They're in between the Tier 1 and Tier 2, diving for these kills.
It's a tough one for Boom. Like, they need to respond. Mikoto needs to be a bit more active. Like, they diving the tower for a very, very long time. So he should be the one trying to respond.
And he still doesn't have that Aether Remnant either.
Just 1 point is enough. Like, Spirit Breaker is not your concern. He's probably never going to charge you because you have Astral Step, you have the Simulate to dodge it, Ether Remnant to just stop his charge. So kind of tough one for SB.
Over towards mid. Kescute's here. I don't quite have the vision of him. No sentry down for the Radiant side. They do place that Observer, which Kescute can see.
Tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under
Yeah, he
attack.
immediately takes it out. But that causes the charge to come through on a Kescute. We'll see how much Neon are willing to follow this up with. They go over, they've got Dust. Illuminate being charged up. There's the long-range arrow from Scam to get the kill on a Kescute. Now dominating on this Mirana, 4-0-1.
Yeah, Scam's Mirana has been on point. Just
middle
not the
tower
first
is under
arrow,
attack.
but every other one was pretty much top-notch. Troll, what do we have? Like, this is the kind of a build that's really popular lately after the Aghanim Scepter got upgraded, where Whirling Axes dispel enemies and the other ones dispel yourself. And it also lowers the cooldown and lowers the mana cost. So you're pretty much unkillable. And look at this. He has a hood right after that. So he wants to be able to join fights, and you can just stand your ground. Don't care too much about it. Me and Black talked about like the build on Troll, and this is something that he mentioned that he saw in some of the games.
Yeah.
Like you have magic, not gonna say magic immunity, but you have some extra magic resistance. You have a miss chance. You have a way of dispelling things.
Radiant's
Sure,
courier
but
has been
if
killed.
you're silenced, you know, then you can't do that. There is only one at the moment coming from Bloodseeker, but it's a long duration silence once it's maxed out.
And you can use that Aether Remnant, move in as play hard. Going down to Makoto, they TP
Play
in
hard, die
Natsumi.
hard.
Makoto's now used both Astral Steps. They could catch him with a charge. That's exactly what they're going to go for. They've got the Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex. Arrow missing. A little bit off the mark. Not sure that's going to matter. Makoto still ends up falling to Yopaj.
That arrow missed, but almost hit Keeper of the Light. Like, both of these teams don't have too much tower damage, so they need to play around the catapult timings to be able to get rid of the tier 1 towers. Bounty Hunter,
Dire's structures
still
are
level
fortified.
5. Like, in terms of network,
Radiant's bottom
game pretty
tower is under
even,
attack.
but I feel Boom Esports, they need to make game a bit more chaotic, especially with the Void Spirit. get that track online, try to go for kills. This is how they, I'm not gonna say come back into the game, but this is their win condition, you know, just keep fighting with the Bounty Hunter's track.
Try to bump up on that net worth, do what you can. But do they have enough to fight right now? Like, even with the track, are they in a spot to win these fights?
It feels weak, like fighting into Sanking. Still doesn't have a point in Epicenter, but you know, just the Burrow Strike itself is a very strong ability. And I feel like late game kind of leaning towards Neon Esports, because once again, no real lockdown for the Storm Spirit. Eventually you will have it once that Void Spirit gets the Yule Scepter, so it's a guaranteed setup, but also no tower damage, which is really hard. So whenever Catapult spawns, try to be there, play with the team, make stuff happen. Otherwise, you're just going to be stuck and not be able to take the towers. There it is, Rupture combination.
Rupture with the track, Rolling Thunder, Burrow Strike from Play Hard, getting bumped up and moved over with the Rolling Thunder. Hyde gets the kill with the Illuminate, and it's a track kill there for Kisk. So well done. You know, they work with that track. It does, to get just that kill, it's the Rolling Thunder, it's the Rupture. Like that, now what are you doing about the rest of the team? You get a tier 1 tower, you get some, you know, you get a kill, you get an objective, but using the basis of your fight just for the one kill now kind of leaves Neon to
you want to
want,
get
right?
as many kills as possible with this type of lineup, but you don't care about using pretty much any abilities. You're not relying on cooldowns. Nice arrow
with
once
the
again
Vortex,
from Scam.
Blinding Light. See if it makes a difference. Makoto's still dying. Yopaj now on the killing spree. Swashbuckle over, but Burrow Strike from Play Hard. They've got the track on the Sand King. So under the tower regardless. They'll look with that Spirit Breaker ult. FBZ gets hit. Natsumi coming over. Not finding anybody just yet, and you've got 3 heroes track so far during the Moonlight Shadow. Hold right down, Rupture used, Natsumi the one who's hit.
Oh,
puts
look
himself
at the
in a great
space where
spot.
Natsumi's hiding.
Yeah, getting away from that Rolling Thunder, keeping himself safe while FBZ comes around. Meanwhile, Yopaj dives in, gets the kill on the Hyde. That was really well played by Natsumi, knowing that that little crevice is there to kind of hunker down in.
Boom Esports, they have good ways of defending the towers when the heroes are alive. Bloodright, you have Pangolier Swashbuckle, and most importantly, Illuminate. So Keeper of the Light needs to be alive. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Mikoto's thinking about going in.
Charge was coming out. Could have been a bit of an issue. He's been getting those salves from the trusty shovel. So Play Hard back up to full. He's fine. Yopaj sitting second on the net worth, going Bloodstone. First item. You think it's Bloodstone BKB, or is he going, you know, will we see an Orchid for him?
But he doesn't care about BKB. He's not going to get BKB ever this time.
You don't think so?
Nah, maybe as a 5th item, possibly 6th, because they have no lockdown. Getting like mana regen, getting stats is much more valuable on Storm this time.
Rupture out into Yopaj, TP away.
That's
He's
it.
gone.
Easy peasy.
There's that lack of lockdown showing.
That's why he's also not getting Orchid. I feel like it's a much better choice to get a Bloodstone here. You know, get it online as fast as possible, get some charges going. How's Troll doing? That's Aghanim Scepter completed.
Yeah, he's top of the net worth by 700. If you can't lock down the Storm,
you can't even lock down the Troll either then, huh? Especially once he gets that Aghanim Scepter.
So it definitely seems like it could be, you know, Storm getting Bloodstone charges aplenty, especially if he gets it early enough to start going in and fighting the way they have. It's not a lot of kills 15 minutes into the game, but there's definitely points where it's felt like it's on the cusp of Neon looking to just jump off and go for you. Like that tier 1 over mid, it felt like Neon wanted to do more than just go for the tower. They were waiting for that opportunity to potentially show itself. And then you get that Bloodstone, all those charges rack up.
It's still, you know, a long run until the Bloodstone, but there's the jump. Scam is not close to use the arrow.
Now Storm without much mana.
Radiant's
Potentially
middle
hoping for this
tower is
16-minute
under
rune to be
attack.
up towards top.
He
Should be able to
found
control it either way.
The two best items, pretty much, the tier 1 for himself. You have Royal Jelly and you have Arcane Ring, so mana replenish, some damage, like have that extra mana regen going on constantly. Rune will spawn.
Arcane Rune, but there's the Astral Step. They'll look for Wanuel and get the kill. Makoto gets credit for that one. 4 heroes there to make it happen. Arrow on to
No
FBZ, but nobody's around.
Fake hype arrow coming through. Nothing happened.
Still hit. It's exciting. Ooh, we were talking about this, I think just the two of us. Gleipnir Bloodseeker. That's what
It's
he's
a
going
thing.
for.
It's a thing. Like, that's the carry build for the Bloodseeker,
I'm excited to see that.
where you have this farming ability, Maelstrom, which is kind of natural build-up, and something that we've seen from mostly offlane Bloodseekers to just keep them in place in the Blood Rite with the Atos. So you just upgrade it to Gleipnir, which is really nice.
So 4-man smoke from Neon.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yopaj losing that courier. As Kescute gets credit for that kill. They're wrapping around. Drew in between the tier 1 and the tier 2. We've got this deep ward in. Play hard. Not going to find him, but there's a courier coming over. They're wrapping towards the tier 2 tower mid. Natsumi showing himself. Smoke will break. Makoto spotted.
Jumps in.
Jumped with the Astral Step right into a Burrow Strike. They get the kill. FBZ thinking about the Rolling Thunder. They do dust to maybe catch the Bounty Hunter under their noses. But he's not there. He's on the high ground. Burrow Strike away. Rolling Thunder. That comes through and hits onto Scam. They find themselves Playhard, who is tracked up. Hit with the Swashbuckle. Illuminate comes in. Just living with 12 health. And finally will end up falling to that urn. Natsumi, Yopaj, and the Spirit Breaker Wanuel trying to run away. Kescute coming in. And there's the Shikuchi. Or not the Shikuchi, the Shuriken. Sorry. That comes in and finishes him off. Bounces
Neon
up and
needs
hits
to
him.
be more careful about, you know, getting those deep dives, because there's a lot of bouncing damage coming out from Boom, where you have like Blood Rite, Void Spirit jumping in, Swashbuckle from a different angle, Shuriken tosses with the tracked abilities, and Illuminate. So if you don't see Keeper of the Light, like, it's kind of hard to, you know, just go in like a madman. Now they're on a hunt. They want to get more. Also, this is a lineup that's probably never going to be able to take Roche. What Boom has, Neon has Troll, so that's a good thing going for them. They see Play Hard hiding.
Goes off to the left. Illuminate right on him. Not a lot of damage from the Illuminate, but they've got the Astral Step. They have the Aether Remnant with the Yules from Makoto, and eventually Play Hard drops dead. But here comes Neon. Rupture on to Natsumi. They're going after Kescute. The Aether Remnant locking up the Spirit Breaker. Arrow comes in, lands on a Makoto. Yopaj gets the kill, and the Ball Lightning looking forward towards Hyde as well as Kescute. Blinding Light trying to survive. Ball Lightning once again. One more shot takes his life, and then they'll find FBZ. So 3 dead, as Playhard was the one who fell for Neon, but 3 fall on Boom.
If Troll is playing with his team, I don't think this hero is gonna die this game. Like, he's super tanky, 2000 HP. Like, you get so much value out of this Aghanim Scepter. Like, you remove track, you remove the disarm from Lucky Shot, you can dispel, Resonant Pulse. So, pretty nice things to have here. And yeah, talking about being unkillable, he queues up Heart.
Oh, God. We've already seen one Heart in action today.
The one on Wisp looked really, really good.
There's 3 heroes on Neon who are yet to die. You know, Playhard taking all the deaths. He's got 6. But he's playing Sacrificial, and I think that's fine. Going into a Blink Dagger, which he almost has, Blink Veil, I think you're in a spot where it's like, okay, you can continue to kill me, but if you're not killing the Troll, you're not killing my Storm, then is my kill, you know, is killing me worth it? It's worth a little bit more if you're tracked, but Troll and Storm are getting to a spot where, well, we've been talking about maybe they just don't die this game.
Pretty much track is what's keeping them in this game. It's a level 1 track, 20 minutes in, but still, You know, this troll, man. Eternal Shroud, which turns the damage into mana. Really, really feels unkillable to me. He's not dealing that much damage, but the damage comes from the lower cooldown of Axis, so that's fine. And Storm right now has a double damage, so and also newly purchased Bloodstone, so they want to take a fight.
They'll look for FBZ, Blood right down. Astro step forward, they'll look for the Bounty Hunter. They get the kill on FBZ, they'll take out KSQ. That's 2 heroes dead already. Epicenter was committed from Playhard. Makoto trying to run on this one. Brostrike onto the high ground. Now Drew coming over. Manuel and Playhard will be in the face of this Bloodseeker. They get the kill onto the Sand King. They fall back on the Bounty Hunter as well as the Pangolier. They throw down the Blood right, but it won't land on a Natsumi, who's in a lot of trouble and eventually does die.
These are two buybacks. FBZ and KSQ, they bought back. Like, what can they get from this? These are track kills, so this is fine. But they can't take the... Let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see how long is it going to take for them to take Roche. Bloodseeker, Arrow.
Arrow comes in, hits on FBZ. All that time talking about Troll not dying. Finally does end up falling the second we talk about it again.
I said if he's playing with the theme, he used ulti, ran with the Rupture, and ran into 4. So, you know.
Did it to yourself. Troll. Can't be committing with
Is
that
Storm
on the Rupture.
jumping in? He made the slot. Let's see if he can steal it.
Make the attempt, ballinging in, and the Aegis picked up by Drew. However, he'll ride the Burrow Strike of Playhard. Does he get out of it? They find the dust, they find KSQ, they get the kill onto the Bounty Hunter, they're going to ball lightning, look for Drew, finish off the Aegis. They've taken the first life out of his hands, and now Natsumi's here. Aether Remnant right on top of the Bloodseeker, but the Electric Vortex comes in, Blood right down, no silenced heroes on the side of Neon. Gleipnir rooting up a couple of these heroes with the Rolling Thunder coming in, that hits on a Playhard. They've got the Blood right down again. One more shot onto the Bloodseeker to finish off Drew for a second time, as 2 heroes are dead on the side of Boom Esports. They've got the ulti coming out from the Spirit Breaker as well as the charge onto the Void Spirit, so doing a lot here to disrupt this. Makoto with the double Astral Step to get away. The arrow won't land, but a lot being done by Neon after they get their hands on the Aegis on the side of Boom.
Yo, Paj, that was such a sick move. He perfectly timed and calculated all his mana to jump on the Bloodseeker, get the Aegis off of him, and you know, he has these mana regen items. He got all the Bloodstone charges, 5 actually, from the 2 fights that he had, and most importantly, he did not die. Like, they don't have enough lockdown for him. The only lockdown right now is like Gleipnir into Bloodright, because he does not have a defensive tool for him.
And that's like the one way I see them getting the kill is if Bloodright is 6 seconds and they find a way to finish him beforehand. But there's so much there to just disrupt the fight, even when they have that opportunity. We saw the Spirit Breaker charge come through. You've got the Burrow Strikes from Playhard that have been pretty much on point. Neon are doing a good job of keeping their cores alive, you know, especially this Storm. They really took advantage and got the kill on that Aegis and then took Drew out a second time. It was really well done by Neon so far.
Neon's playing really well. They lost that fight, extended a bit, which gave Boom Esports a Roche, but so far so good. Like, play hard. He's not getting any of the last hits on Sand King, but he is getting a lot of assists, involved in 14 out of 17 kills. Now with the Blink Dagger, you know, needs 1 defensive item. I see Yule's Scepter, which I really like, you know, just getting rid of the track, rid of the silence is gonna do so much. How's Makoto doing? Not too bad, you know. Not the top of the net worth, but getting very close to that. Aghanim Scepter, which is also going to be one way to silence the Storm Spirit, silence the Troll, so he can't pop those Whirling Axes multiple times in a fight.
Smoke used by Neon. Natsumi play hard, and Scam moving over towards mid and across it. Neon playing up to this point pretty well. They've been pretty active up to this point, just winning a smaller tournament a couple days ago. Kagura Championship. It's like a China SEA mixture tournament. And they've been pretty much tearing it up in those kind of tournaments the whole year. Gleipnir, Bloodright, Silence comes through on a play hard. No, he's going to Burrow Strike and get out of it. FBZ goes with the Rolling Thunder. He's being charged. They'll look for Drew, and the arrow the wrong direction.
And Januel just trying to charge back. He already TP'd. Man, that is a fun game to watch, especially when stuff like this happens. So Troll is committing. Natsumi getting that heart. Okay, I'm gonna say it again now with the heart. I don't think he should die.
I wish maybe a mod in the chat can do that prediction thing that's new on Twitch. Will Natsumi die? Does Lacoste make the right call? Put your points on it, your channel points on it.
Yeah, use your all channel points. Trust me on this one, chat. You know, you can't be wrong all the time. Or make misplays. So Storm Spirit very close to the Aghanim Scepter. Once Yopaj gets that, it's gonna be so much easier to set things up for Sanking Epicenter. Will be pretty chaotic. You know, Spirit Breaker will charge through. There's gonna be like Sanking Epicenter. Sanking is not a guy that usually wants to go first with the Epi. Like in 90-95% scenarios, you want to just blink Burrow Strike one guy, then reset and go Epicenter with the next blink. But, you know, if you have Spirit Breaker, if you have Storm Spirit with Ags,
yeah,
then you might be able to get the good Epicenter off.
So he just picked up that Ags on Storm. Smoke used here by Boom, looking over. They're by the Roche pit. Still a long time till Roche is back up, 3 minutes. But they're coming across mid, hoping to find something. Neon a little out of their grasp at the moment. And this is a tough fight to come into, going onto the high ground blind. Astral Step, silence is on the Spirit Breaker, Blood Right, but the ulti that hits on Makoto. Arrow coming through, there's the three-man Vortex, and let's see what else they get from this. Kescute already did with the Epicenter being placed right on top of Makoto, who's going to Astral Step away, but Yopaj right on him, ready to go. They found the Spirit Breaker, so far a 1-for-1, but Makoto ends up dead. FBZ, Drew, as well as this Kato, all trying to run. Just get out of the hands of Neon, and that is Void Spirit dead again. And Natsumi ready to go onto the high ground.
Yeah, it's their time. It's not going to be like as easy, but you have this Troll Warlord who just does not give a damn and just stands his ground, keeps beating the tower. It's not too much damage. It's a lot of attack speed, a lot of survivability. So he will eventually take it down. Even if you disarm him, like he can... You use Earn on him, he instantly dispels it. Dispel. Dispel. Can dispel silence, so needs to be a bit careful about that one. If you look at these items on Troll and like you didn't know which heroes using those items, you're probably gonna say like, yeah, these are Pudge items, you know. Aghanim Scepter got upgraded, it's really good. Eternal Shroud works really well. Heart, why not? Possibly a Centaur, but yeah, would definitely not say Troll. In this game, it's really working out well for them.
I picks up the spider legs.
Yeah.
They do come up on a Natsumi, but here comes the Spirit Breaker all the way over to Makoto. Rolling Thunder out from FBZ. It's on a Natsumi. Are they going to make the move? They do rupture him. With the Blood right down, it doesn't get the silence. The Aether Remnant, the Burrow Strike's a little bit short from play hard. Makoto coming through with the Astral Step. But now, can they get more than just these heroes? They buy back on both the Spirit Breaker as well as the Miranda as they take out 3 really quickly, losing the Bounty Hunter who buys back as well. Electric Vortex hits the Kato as well as the Pangolier, but they've got the mech, so they're saved for now. Hide on the run, right on top of Natsumi. Ulti comes out from the Spirit Breaker. Shuriken toss bounces around. Dead again is the Spirit Breaker. Yopaj low on health and
doesn't have enough mana for
and this is
Bloodstone.
really troublesome for Yopaj, but Makoto
Still alive.
one shot from dead. Yopaj finally falls. They've got the Spirit Vessel on a Kescute. They'll finish him off as they go after FBZ, who will swashbuckle away, try to TP, play hard. No Burrow Strike attempt.
He tries, but a bit too late. These are 4 buybacks on each side. Man, unfortunately, Storm Spirit did not have enough mana to use the Bloodstone. Like, that would definitely keep him alive. But Troll is the ultimate raid boss, especially with the Spider Legs picked up. You know, gives you extra move speed, you can go off the cliffs. So the only spell pretty much that you care about is blood right. Like, you do not want to get silenced.
Yeah, those spider legs really helping out. Gets him down to the low ground. Especially that fight like right by the cliff where he's able to juke around as much as possible. Channel Point's still in good hands. Hasn't died yet.
Yeah, I hope you guys invested. I hope you invested in crypto, and I hope you invested in troll points.
Heard the value's going up. Skyrocketing. Troll going Sanjin Kaya as the next item. Interesting little build there. Quickening Charm picked up. Spider Legs dropping for the Dire's side. SNY being built for the Bloodseeker, who has this BKB in Glepnir. 8-second BKB, and the Ags for Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, he farmed it. That Philosopher's Stone really helping him out.
Moving quite fast now. This is going for Makoto. They might set up for something, but gets a little bit too far back for their liking. Spirit Breaker stops the charge. Now they wait on top of the high ground. Just take away some vision as they're posturing for Roche, which is up and available. Last one going the way of Boom, but not sure there will be the aggressors for this one.
So Troll kind of taking one out of the book from the previous series. T1 against Fnatic. When Wisp was playing it hard, he also went Kaya and Sanj, which gives you status resistance and amplifies the region. Also gives you like spell amp. So that's not too bad combined with the Eternal Shroud.
They find Drew, they'll charge, he'll pop the BKB immediately. They throw down the Sentry Ward from KezQ. Rolling Thunder comes out from FBZ. They've ruptured Natsumi. He's away from the rest of his team, but it's not looking like that's much of an issue. Astral Step, as well as the Suns coming through into the Mirana. Ball Lightning in deep with the Vortex, hitting the Coddle as well as Drew. Drew and Hyde both drop. Aether Remnant locks up the Mirana for a second, but they have the Yules on Makoto. Astral Step not getting much distance between him and the rest of the team. Yopaj right on top of Makoto, and this is looking like a very dead Void Spirit.
Now it's time to go for the high ground. Mid Raxes are just going to be taken care of by the
FBC
super melee creeps.
gets spotted as SB was chasing him the entire time. Wanyuel sticking with FBZ. Enough time there for Yopaj to get more mana to be able to come in and help get that kill. They finish off a fourth. No buyback on this Pango or the Bloodseeker.
I don't think buyback would do anything here. You just kind of waste the gold, even if it is available, because you are kind of set to play without two set of Raxes, so there's still bottom tier 2 tower. I feel like Neon can just go in and try to end the game. There it is, the game just ended.
Yeah, wow. Neon Esports finding themselves with quite a crazy one. I mean, that was really impressive, pretty straightforward, looked really good. I was impressed.
As stated before the game started, you know, Boom Esports with a very wonky draft. Not the usual one where you don't have tower damage. All you have to do is we want to fight, you know, we want to use this track, get the gold advantage, get the item advantage from all that gold, and try to play like that. But, you know, it's a tough one. I feel they need to completely change how they need to play throughout this tournament, because this is definitely not going to work out.
Yeah, so we'll hear what the panel has to say about this one, breaking down what Boom's draft was and what went right for Neon. So take it away, Nomad and crew. Back to you.
Yeah, Neon firmly control that game number 1. Wow, what a performance from them, but, you know, was not unexpected here. At least it wasn't unexpected by the smart ones. You know, some of us threw the predictions in the other way. Not naming names, you know, it's fine, Lizard. We're not going to name your name. But, yeah, I mean, what a performance.
Sir. Look, I'm going to give myself once a week this opportunity to throw my prediction. Because sometimes I get tempted to go for the entertainment value.
What about yesterday?
Yesterday it was 100% prediction rate. What are you talking about?
No, you had one.
One? Okay, yesterday I also had one, but from today, only one prediction a week I can, you know, just squeeze in for the entertainment value, because that's what their draft was. Their draft was pure entertainment, chaos, but it just falls flat against a wall that a troll is. with his shroud and his heart and his.
He was just a brick wall, dude.
At one point, I was wondering why are they even trying to hit him? Like,
He kept rupturing the guy, and he just didn't he didn't change his gameplay when he was ruptured. Like, he didn't stop walking, he didn't stop moving. Like, he was in this clip, I think he's ruptured here, and he's just like, yeah, okay, that's cool. Another really annoying thing, which the Ags bring us to the table against Bloodseeker, is it was just purging off his blood with Blood Rage every single time, which is very annoying considering that is what gives you your attack speed on Bloodseeker now. So he wasn't really able to bring much to the fight, which is a problem.
Yeah, I mean, they just... I don't know what to say about this game. I watched it from start to finish. It was just pretty... You know, I was kind of just waiting for it to end because they had... Like, the Dire just has no place. Like, the entire game was pretty much played on the Dire side of the map.
was this the game that you would call GG after 10 minutes if you were with the winning team? And they would be like, what you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like... It kind of feels like a troll draft, you know? Like, I'm not saying they're trolling, it just kind of feels that way because... Like this is the kind of thing I would draft if I thought I'm like way better than you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I
That's
agree.
how I feel as well. Like if you're able to outplay and outskill, then this draft might work. But these teams are on a similar level. This isn't gonna
but
work.
If you take game 1 with this draft, then you take game 2. Whatever you draft, like you just break them after that because this is one of those drafts which is just like, yeah, it's borderline insulting.
Yeah.
But it's not. You know, this is the way they wanted to try and play the game. They're bringing up some new ideas, fresh patch, fresh team, fresh ideas. And unfortunately, fresh doesn't always mean good. And in this situation, Neon were able to get the upper hand. And this Storm, as we saw, was just kind of completely untouched. And the Troll was just doing his thing on the front lines, just tanking up all the damage. Did they really need to keep dropping spells on the Troll? That was my one biggest confusion, because he does do damage with the axe because the cooldown's so low on the axes, but is it enough to warrant what they were casting Rupture and everything they had, the whole kitchen sink on him, every single engagement. That's some happy boys.
The problem is, who else do you go for? That's the question. Like all of them are extremely elusive because you don't have any catch. Like you even went Gleipnir on Bloodseeker, so you have some control, but your team had no reliable stuns. And you're playing into Storm, Sand King, Spirit Breaker, Mirana. It's a wonder that they've got as much kills as they did. This was a very difficult game for Boom.
Yeah. I mean, it's as expected, right? I really don't know. There's not really too much you can say about this game, I feel. Like,
yeah,
Boom didn't even have a chance to show what they're made of, you know. Like, the draft just made it absolutely horrendously difficult for them to do anything. They played the lanes okay, but after the lanes, like, it's just a draft advantage. And Neon played the draft advantage very well. And
was there anything you liked about the Boom draft? Or any hero which you were like, maybe that's okay?
I thought the first 2 picks were quite nice, but then they added Pango, and what was the 4th pick? Bloodseeker. Like, you just pick no stuns, no like slows, nothing. There's just no crowd control.
The opening is nice, right?
Yeah.
But you need CC.
Yeah, there was definitely a point where we were saying none of these heroes look like they want to play Dota together. All these guys just look like they want to do their own thing, and that's kind of what we saw. And then when Neon were bringing the full 4 or 5-man lineups to these engagements, they were like, oh, well, our game plan doesn't really work anymore. Well, that's the problem with it, but you know what? We are focusing on the bad. Let's focus on the good, and a very good play this game was certainly Mirana. I mean, she was just absolutely smashing it with those arrows. Great game. Great game from the Mirana, really allowing her team. And it wasn't just the arrows landing, which was important, but it was also the vision she was giving. She was being very brave with her scouting. Sometimes that cost her life, but most of the time she was getting some really valuable vision and setting up for the Storm.
He died once, so...
Well, yeah.
Overall, the laning stage itself wasn't that wonderful for him. If you remember, they did feed the first blood, and that bounty hunter was just zoning both of them alone. Bloodseeker helping out every now and then. But he still managed to make a lot of work in the mid game because once again, like if you're Mirana against the Storm, suddenly he's jumping you. You're dying multiple times in the game. It's a little bit harder. You have to itemize differently. But in this game, there's nothing. There is no one that can kill you. So it's not really that difficult.
No,
but
true.
Very well played.
Yeah, DeVille looking very happy with himself in that player picture there as well. Alrighty, well, closing thoughts on game number 1 and looking forward to game number 2. What are you hoping to see, Black?
Complete change
of
draft.
Maybe a change of clothes.
Yeah, like
change of everything.
I think they just need to, forget this even happened. This is game 1. This was just the an experiment that didn't work. Just go back to your old style, pick your hard carries, you know, play around the map with 4. It's what you're good at. Like, don't try to, you know, don't try to be fancy. It's DPC time. You gotta show your best now.
Maybe go back to those good combos that worked for them before. Your Venge Draw, your PA Magnus, something like that. Something simple, straightforward. Respect the enemy team. That's the first and foremost. Like, I actually take a lot of pride in beating someone that drafts BS versus me. You know, if someone drafts stupid draft versus you, and he does he does it on purpose. If he does it, I'm not saying that they did it on purpose, but in my situations there were some that had that level of disrespect. So winning against those teams really feels bad, and every now and then it's nice to be humble or humbled.
Humbled, yeah. I'm gonna remind you why you're here. And again, you know, this league is really, really important. You cannot be losing games like that in this tournament. But hopefully, Boom can get things back on track. Don't appreciate what you're saying about my boy Bloodseeker. He'll be back for revenge later on, I'm sure. That hero is viable, I promise, but not in this game, unfortunately. Alrighty, folks, sit tight as we're going to throw some lovely adverts your way. But afterwards, we're going to be back with game number 2 in this best of 3 series. We'll see you very shortly.
right down to the end of your days. And I'll be right there at the top of the maze while the rats in the sewer stay stuck in the days. So now I'm coming for you all, whether you look at a nutshell for an
Hello there, and welcome back to the DPC SEA region here at PGL Studios in Bucharest. My name is Nomad, and of course joining me is Black and Lizard as we get into the further breakdown of game number 1 and look towards brighter horizons, hopefully, for game number 2 in this best of 3 series. We are, of course, into this series between Neon Esports and Boom Esports. A couple of predictions saying that Neon might just well be able to take this one, and game 1 certainly proved that as they do take game 1 behind their incredibly tanky troll Warlord. The guy went Aghanims into Eternal Shroud, into Heart, into Kaya and Sanj. It was a pretty interesting build. Did you like it, Black?
I mean, I usually do that build on a mid troll, but apparently you can also just do it on a carry troll if the game is right for it. I was a bit worried that it wouldn't have damage. Like, I feel like if this game went like another 20 minutes with this item build, you're not gonna have enough damage. Like Storm as well as Troll, if you're all just pure magic, the Bloodseeker will, you know, be able to just survive and kill you through it at some point because you just don't have enough damage. But at the point where he did it, you know, they managed to close it out, so it worked out. But it's very risky, in my opinion.
Yep. I mean, on the mid throw, like you said, it works a little bit better because you do have that fallback option of your carry. But Storm had such a free game that I think that was the decisive factor, and he felt like they can never kill him. Overall, across the board, they were itemizing really well. You had the Spirit Breaker with the Aghanims too. At one point, when I see that Aghanims on Spirit Breaker, I really feel like this game is impossible for Boom, because he just brings so much to the fight as well. You're never going to isolate one target and kill it off before that charge comes through, because it's constant, it's always there. And
Yeah.
I mean, overall, I didn't really feel that worried because I didn't see the damage coming from Boom as well. Like, on both sides, you itemized for Gleipnir, which isn't really the most damage-dealing item on Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
And your Void Spirit is also forced to itemize defensively, so yeah, it kind of worked out for them. This time around, okay, they're switching it up. They're going with Kotl again.
Cool, blimey, we're already into this draft, aren't we?
Great
I was
switch up.
still looking at my notes, but yeah, Jesus, we are flying through draft number 2. So we got the puck on the Earth Spirit picked up already by Boom Esports. Meanwhile, Neon, they grabbed themselves the Kotl. Yeah, Kotl, good hero. I'm not surprised to see this one taking first priority for a lot of these teams so far. Puck as well, also obviously very, very strong.
One of the heroes that doesn't add any stun or CC to your arsenal, though. So when you draft Kotl, you always have to make sure that you have something that synergizes well with it, like an Ember Spirit or some DK or some Sanking, just some sort of stun that, you know, can make use of the Chakra magic.
Unless you get tags, right? Once you get tags, you kind of fill that void a little bit with Kotl. They follow up with the Riki. Now, this matchup, Riki-Puck, it's a little bit problematic for both of them, right? Like, Puck works really well against Riki if you leash him, if you find him out first. But Riki as well can make a lot of problems for Puck if he gets that smoke screen on top of him if he initiates first. I actually value Puck a little bit better here, though. I
mean, the problem I have when I play Puck against Riki is just that my item build will be crippled, because you need to go for Force Staff instead of Blink.
Yep.
A Puck without Blink is just not very fun to play. And yeah, like I just hate matchups that force you into, you know, adjusting your item build just so you don't die to a single person. And yeah, Riki definitely, as you said, one of the best heroes against Puck. Smoke screen cooldown talent also puts it down to, like, I think 7 seconds cooldown or something.
Very low.
Yeah, so even if you do have a Force Staff, the cooldown is like 3 times as long. So you still need to be very careful. But yeah, as you said, if he ever gets like an Aghanims, you know, he's just leashed for 8 seconds. He can't trick off the trade, which is like his only survivability spell. So it's a matchup that goes both ways.
You know, Kotl here as well has these 2 heroes that can get on top of him. So when it comes to enemy tier list, if I'm playing Kotl, first and foremost are Invis heroes that reach you quickly. Those you really don't want to play against. So Weaver, Bounty Hunter are probably the worst heroes to play against as Kotl, as they assassinate. Bounty Hunter probably the worst. He assassinates you every single time as the team fight is starting to begin. Like, I've seen also Secret versus Liquid, in which Liquid drafts Kotl, Secret get that position 4 Bounty, like the Kotl has no game. So that's tier 1. Tier 2 are all these mobile heroes. So your Puck, your Earth Spirit heroes that can get on top of you, because Kotl is extremely squishy but extremely fast. So that's one of the ways that you can eliminate that threat, at least, even though he's 4 or 5. He's not your main concern.
Yeah, I mean, looking into the bans, ban Mars, Lycan. I'm surprised they banned Mars when they already have Ricky, because I consider Ricky to be one of the best heroes against Mars.
Yeah, you can jump out of the arena for free, and Smoke's really annoying to play as into Mars.
Yeah, and your passive does nothing because you actually hit him from behind every time.
Yeah, and they're not picking Lycan, obviously they're banning it. I'm thinking maybe it's always possible to put the Lycan mid, right, and the Ricky safe lane, so...
It's just a little bit risky if you do it. There are certain matchups that Lycan gets destroyed in mid lane, and you don't want to go to jungle too early, because otherwise you just give the enemy mid laner a 2-3 over game.
But is this Ricky Cottle lane a thing? Because...
I think it's a Cottle 4.
Oh, you
likely.
do? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Ricky Cottle isn't terrible, but it's not like super great either. This Titan Ricky makes much more sense. And then you just pick up like... I mean, there's so many good combinations with Cottle, so I don't even know what they plan to pick. But there's just so many heroes you can pick with it.
Beast even is still in the pool. Sand King is still in the pool. There's just... Yeah, like you said, anything with Cottle on off lane that wants to push the lane, pressure the tower and pull that hard camp is just great.
Refresh them spells.
Yeah. I mean, even like a Tide Hunter, something like that is super good. You get like this double anchor smash.
Bend
Gush.
out. Tide is great with him.
Yeah.
Tide is amazing. I was so angry. I was playing with the Tide. I'm playing Kotl. He's asking. You know what the worst thing with Kotl is? When a teammate asks you, why are you pushing the lane? Like when you're on the offlane and you're using Illuminate to kill off the range creep, and then your offlaner is like, why are you pushing?
Yeah, why are you?
Let me farm.
You're ruining his game.
You're ruining my game. Let me farm.
Sounds like a you
breaths.
problem.
Yeah, definitely a me problem.
Stop pushing the lane, Lizard. Jesus.
Yeah, stop taking the towers, man.
God.
Stop picking Coddle.
What are you doing?
Pleb.
Coddle picker.
I love the hero.
It's got so many buttons. It's got so many buttons.
Now it does, yeah.
Yeah.
Before it was kind of an Autobot.
Yeah, it's really... Kotl is so enjoyable once again. Not only Ignis Fatus, you can heal during the day. You have the Solar Bind, which is literally mana leak once again. Less annoying, but yeah.
And more
Less
deafening.
annoying. Could be more annoying in some circumstances. How long does it last? Like 8
Come on,
seconds
man.
or something?
Like,
If you have eardrums, it's more annoying.
Kotl with mana leak, Force Staff, and then Blinding Light. You go from 100% mana to 0. That was the worst shit.
Yeah. Mana League was bad. Warlock raising his ugly head. Hey, buddy. Welcome to the game. We haven't seen you in a few days. How does this hero match up in the current meta?
I mean, it's just a decent hero to protect your safe laner. You just keep healing him up. Like something like a Morphling Warlock or Morphling Anti-Mage. Really just anything. You just want to farm. It's not a pressure lane.
Yeah.
You don't ever really pressure. And it's
not-
a very good combo with Puck as well as Earth Spirit. If you ever get Fatal Bonds on 2-3 heroes and you magnetize them, the
So
team fight
much
is pretty much
damage.
over.
Yeah,
True,
so much damage.
true.
You're forcing the enemy team to itemize for BKBs earlier, and you're opening yourself up for hard carries, even though it can be a little bit of a trap because you are playing into a Ricky.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Like a long time ago, Ricky buys the Fusel, hunts you across the forest, kills you off while you're trying to farm. New Ricky, however, is more farming oriented as
No
well.
more
early on.
diffusal play Rickies.
Yeah, no more diffusal.
Yeah.
It's usually Battle Fury. Is okay,
Lifestealer.
Lifestealer.
Wow. This is the last hero I expected.
Damn.
It's not even that good against Ricky.
Yeah,
Can't rage inside smoke. That's problematic.
Like I thought they were either going to pick like a split pusher like AM or some hero that actually matches up really well against Ricky like a Troll. But they did neither.
Feels
Lifestealer.
like Boomer
Very weird, yeah.
experimenting again.
I mean, Lifestealer can work. I've played him a little bit. He's not terrible, but he... I don't know, it just feels weird. Like they obviously want a sustain hero against the Coddle Sanking lane, but they already have a Warlock. Like you don't
you're
need double
doubling
sustain.
down. Yeah, you're doubling
it's
down.
too much, I feel.
One positive that you can see from this Lifestealer is that you have Puck. You have the good old Nyx bomb, Infest
Yep,
bomb, right,
true.
which is really nice. Versus many of these heroes, if you can even get on top of Ricky, he's dead. The other three most definitely are. So that's kind of neat.
And it can definitely work. It's not a terrible hero. It's a little bit underpicked, I think. It's like his passive is actually quite strong. Whatever it's called, like Ghoul Frenzy or something. Basically just a old Lifestealer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, there's definitely a lot of question marks concerning item build and stuff. I think Mjolnir is one of the better items on him again after the buff.
Would you start up with the orb? Orb of Corrosion? Is that
Yeah, I
something?
think Orb is good. Probably Orb Armlet into Mjolnir or something like that. If you're looking to deal damage. His lane should be very free. I mean, Warlock lifesteal. There's no way you can lose to Coddle.
Yep. They want to be pushed. So the only way you lose earmarks this lane is if Kotal is really stacking that hard camp and pulling every time he pushes in. So you lose a couple of creeps a couple of creep waves every now and then. But every position 5 knows how to deal with that, and Warlock will block that hard camp, will not allow you to do it. So
Bad Rider.
That Rider.
Man, Boom's lineup looks pretty legit this time.
Yeah, this is big improvement from game 1, but I'm still liking Neon's draft. I don't know.
not terrible. It's just like Boom threw so many problems at them, to deal with. Now they have to deal with this Bad Rider suddenly and this Lifestealer, and like.
I don't feel like the Lifestealer is a huge problem though. You've got the smoke cloud. If they catch the Lifestealer off guard, then he is gonna die.
Bat is a big problem.
Bat is a good Bat is a big
and you have
problem,
to deal with it, but you don't even know where he's going to lane. Like this Bat can be offlane, he can be mid as well, right? Most likely, it is the mid, right, with the Earth Spirit, but it can be offlane too.
So what's like a hero that's good against that? Obviously, you can't really pick like a Juggernaut or something like that. Wouldn't make much sense.
I think you're picking your midder, right?
Yeah.
You don't really want Storm too because there's a Puck. Oh, is he banned out? I can't really tell. Yeah, he isn't. But
Puck is just like he just presents such a threat to
problem
all
as well.
these mobility heroes. Yeah.
And all these mobility heroes are usually heroes that are good versus bats. So your Quap, your Storm, your mid laners that actually do not care about him.
It's going to be a tough pick.
They cover each other's weaknesses very well. I think we're going to see something interesting here from Neon.
Brood Mother.
Not that interesting.
I mean, why not? It actually would be a decent game, but yeah, not a lot of teams are playing her.
Yeah, it's very scary to play also.
Yeah.
Like if you mess up on Brood like once or twice,
You're just a
you're like a bot.
gold piñata.
Yeah, I mean they're taking their sweet time too. I'm pretty sure like whatever they're gonna pick is gonna be subpar. Yeah, they picked the Quap.
Queen of Pain.
Yeah,
of course.
it's like you had 2 options versus the Bat Rider. You went for Quap, but you're still playing into a Puck, which can be problematic later on because of that leash.
But it will all depend on the laning phase, of course. Like this Quap can snowball, get a quick Orchid, and then this Puck is suddenly a walking feed, you know. Of course, Puck also is quite scared of Ricky. It's not a super easy Puck game either. Like both teams have good options to deal with each other's problems.
Much closer this time around. Like this time around, it's not very easy to pick your team. And if I would have to choose, I just love the team fight coming from Boom as well. Like you have this Warlock, Earth Spirit, Puck combination. I'm just worried if that is going to work versus the Ricky. If I'm looking at these 2 drafts, I'm more worried I'm more scared of the Boom's draft than I am of the Ricky that is the full meta hero. But yeah.
Okay, so a vote for Boom again?
Yep.
All right, a vote for Boom. Black?
I think Neon is going to have a very hard time until mid-late game, but they have 2 amazing stalling supports. And I think once Ricky reaches that like threshold where it's like level 20, level 25, I think he's just going to take over the game. So I think Neon is going to win.
I'm going to go with Neon as well. I think this Ricky is being a little bit underestimated by Lizard. This hero has been incredibly strong, but then again, we haven't seen that many competitive performances with it, so the question remains, who's going to take this game? And to answer it, well, it's B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Nomad. And game 2, Neon looked good in game 1. Boom with a lot more of a legit draft. Game 2,
yeah,
can get things done this time around.
First 2 picks from Boom. I'm like, yeah, man, this is gonna be a much better draft. You know, jokes aside, you couldn't really get to play like the top tier Dota with the lineup that you had in the previous one. So this one's gonna be much easier. They have Puck. Like, it's gonna be such a good Puck game against the enemy heroes, where like Ricky. Queen of Pain, Sanking, once they're leashed, they can't use their abilities, so it's tough, you know, for these 3 heroes. I'm surprised that they actually went with Queen of Pain as their last pick, but yeah, look, I'm heavily favoring Boom Esports in this matchup for this draft.
I think I want to kind of give Neon. I think they played really well. I want to back Neon. I think they're going to get the 2-0 here. I know it doesn't, you know, it's a much harder hill to climb for them. I think this is the test. last game against that lineup. It felt like they had an easy plan to victory. This time around, a little bit different. Not expected to win from our thoughts on the panel and between the two of us.
I feel like they need to not lose the early mid game too hard, and Black had a good point about Ricky, where he can take over the game because that hero is just scary. Like the build on Ricky, pretty much the games that I've seen, the top the high level pop games and some professional games where he just gets the Battle Fury. You don't even need to build agi items on this hero anymore. You get the Aghanim Scepter. You become just a nuisance to deal with. But they have puck, so maybe like a third item might need to be a BKB. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, you know, that Battle Fury Ags, definitely a good combo for the
Standard
Ricky.
stuff.
Pretty standard build. But for the rest of the team, how are they dealing with the puck? Like, it's going to be a big problem for them.
Yeah, Keeper of the Light and ET, they don't do that much to puck. The thing that he needs to be afraid of is Cloud, which usually Ricky's, they don't get it that early, and you know, stun from Sanking. So looked like a really good puck game until like mid games when they start to get like Blink Dagger on Sanking, so you can instant initiate on him. But also Boom Esports, they their team fight is really good. You have Fatal Bonds plus of course Earth Spirit combination of the spells. It's gonna be pretty chaotic. Also, they don't have any abilities that like pierce through magic immunity, so that could be on side of Neon, so that could be a bit of a problematic.
Now, are you jumping the back line looking for Kescute in these fights, or is Yopaj and Ricky, like, is their focus even on the Warlock? Are you looking elsewhere? Just to start it off, make sure he doesn't get that Fatal Bonds out, doesn't disrupt with that ulti. Take him out of the fight,
I mean,
take him out of the equation,
yeah,
go towards the rest.
It's the same thinking when you're playing against, let's say, Oracle, so where you want to take him out first, but there could be like a silence, a roll in from Earth Spirit to just break the combo. He can kick Warlock out. I'm not talking about kick from the team, I'm talking about, you know, his ability.
Certainly be interesting to see how everything kind of comes together, because you've got 3 ways to kind of jump in once Sam King gets that Blink Dagger a little bit longer range from him. But Blink Burrow Strike, you get the Blink Strike in, Blink from Queen of Pain, like you have these options. And
Yeah,
if you coordinate it, you could blow
have
someone up.
Abilities to close the gap. I want to see Lifestealer, how he deals with this type of a lane. Lifestealer got changed, so now his Feast is just heal. It doesn't do anything else. And this is like Lifestealer back in the Dota 1 days, where, you know, everyone was shit talking about Wraith King, how he's one button hero. Like that's Lifestealer right now, pretty much.
Yeah, it's the learning hero. At least Wraith King was for me. Just one button.
Was it actually?
Yeah, my friends were like, you new to MOBAs? One button? That's all you need to do? Good luck. And that was it. That's how they threw me in. Kicked me into the deep end. Good Burrow Strike Illuminate combo right there. Drew taking a lot of harassment, but the Fatal Bonds on both Skim as well as Play Hard. Doing quite a bit of damage. Meanwhile, Natsumi going over for Hyde and now throwing some shots over on the FBZ.
That's a good start. Like, this is what Ricky wants to do. Ricky is a strong laner. 6 armor, has almost 5 HP regen per second, and
Don't
yeah.
mind me.
Orb of Corrosion seems to be like a very popular item on the melee carries. Lifestealer, like I think he benefits so much from that.
Ooh, Makoto.
He needs to be careful. The bottom lane play hard on a Sanking. Like, there is one Sentry Ward on Warlock, so they need to bring Sentry for themselves, especially if he wants to max out the Sandstorm, because Lifestealer just gets close to you and hits you. This is all he can do. You know, slow you down, keep hitting you. There's a Sentry.
Yeah, there for Play Hard, who's right up on Drew, but taking some damage. Now it proves that they have the Sentry. They're trying to run. They've got
He's
the
dead.
Illuminate. Play Hard on the run. Can he survive? Doesn't look like it. One more shot needed from Drew to take out this Sanking. So good couple of kills for both carries. And then Yopaj goes in onto Makoto.
Oh,
Right
that's a
clicks
big
more with the
kill.
Shadow Strike. He's got the Scream of Pain, finishes off Makoto, and a solo kill for Yopaj.
This is something you don't expect, you know, Queen of Pain to play as aggressive. You know, you're playing into Batrider matchup, so you're like, I need that blink. But
Yeah.
look at his build, doesn't have a single point in blink, so he got kind of surprised by level 2 Shadow Strike and level 2 Scream of Pain.
2-0-2 for Yopaj on this Queen of Pain. I'm wondering if he's going to even push it further. Don't take blink at level 5.
I mean, it's much better if you just have that security. You can save it and see how it goes. Maybe you need it, but blink, you know, there he goes.
Yeah.
He gets the blink. Rune is spawning in 5 seconds. He already has a bottle. We can see Januel trying to make a move, secure that
Ooh.
rune, doesn't get it.
Cute little kick there from Hyde. Push him
Blink,
over and
right in front
now
of him. Like he was waiting for that roll and just blinks. Januel gets the kill.
Now that's something I'm kind of worried about for this Earth Spirit. If Yopaj is right there ready to go as Drew kills off Play Hard once again over bottom. But like, you see the roll starting and you want to make sure he doesn't get away. Blink in front, stop the roll. You've got a team by you. Make sure that Earth Spirit doesn't really have that slippiness that maybe he's used to. Something that we could see later on as the game progresses. And Batrider is 22-8. You've got Natsumi up in the top lane at 20-9, so both him and the Lifestealer of Drew keeping up with one another. At least for now. And eliminate from Scam off the mark. This Playhard's backed off the lane. Picks up the bounty rune to fill up this bottom. Meanwhile, up top, high roll again. Natsumi in front of it. Silence onto Natsumi. Doesn't look like FBZ has the damage though. And with that illusory orb, he'll just jaunt away.
A prize.
There's the
Neon
Orb of
are
Corrosion.
really good at blocking Earth Spirit when he wants to use Rolling Boulder defensively.
And making sure he can't leave these fights. And it's secured them 2 Earth Spirit kills. Well worth it so far. Makoto doing a good job with the CS, sitting towards the top of the net worth, just 200 gold behind the Lifestealer, ahead of the Riki and the Queen of Pain.
Even
Also
with
has
that
level
kill,
6.
yeah, Batrider still a faster level 6 than Queen of Pain.
Roll in, a little bit off the mark. Yopaj about to hit that level 6, and we're at the 6-minute rune mark, where Yopaj will refill that bottle with an arcane rune.
That's pretty big. Like, whenever you have that rune for Queen of Pain, you want to make a move. Like, use that ulti. It's a pure damage, especially if they decide to play like a bit more aggressively, dive the tower. Natsumi on the top lane, kind of dropping low. Needs to be careful because there's a lot of mana regen from FBZ, like Urn of Shadows, also 2 bottle charges. So there's going to be a lot of spam. There's the blink.
Well, looks like they want to go for potentially a sleep on FBZ. But Burrow Strike, play hard. Into the trees, he'll get away. Has to go all the way back to base with the Fatal Bonds on him. This will leave the lane solo for Yopaj, who's come over, popped the Arcane Rune, has 2 sips in the bottle. Let's see what he can get going here as Drew, sitting pretty low, uses that Rage and Infest
nice
into the Siege Crave.
infest. He was ready for that.
Yopaj having that set and looking ready to go, but Drew 1 step ahead of him. Rage Infest avoids it all. Really well done.
Queen of Pain could just use Sonic Wave there and kill him. Like, he was sitting at the 300 HP. Sonic Wave level 1, 340 pure. So it would be more than enough.
Yeah, I don't think he needed to blink in and give that opportunity. Not the worst in the world with that Arcane Rune. Only on cooldown for another 50 seconds, so another opportunity there for Yopaj to come soon. But that kill on Drew would have been pretty massive, considering the fact that he's just sitting top of the net worth and really hasn't been bothered all too much bottom.
Drew's like chilling on the bottom lane on that Lifestealer. Just whenever someone shows up, he starts right-clicking them. Sanking needs to be very careful. First
Dream
coil.
coil with the silence. Now the lasso,
Break
pulling
it.
him out of the Dream Coil, doing that damage, stunning him up, getting the kill on the Yopaj. They have the silence on Juan Yuel as he tries to get out. They won't chase up onto the high ground. Makoto there with him for a second. There really wasn't anybody to help out the Elder Titan.
So much value coming out from that Dream Coil against Sanking, against Ricky, Queen of Pain, Leash Mechanic, just completely dumpstered them. Ricky trying to make stuff happen, you know, every single time Blink Strike is up, jumps on Puck, tries to deal some damage, see, you know, if he wants to play with him. Maybe he makes a mistake. And yeah, there's that Battle Fury queued up that we talked about. Battle Fury into Aghanim's Scepter gives you the tankiness, allows you to strike two people at once.
Question is the timing on it. Is it going to be quick enough? They have the sweep onto the Warlock. Burrow Strike, Illuminate. Kescute. Yopaj claiming that one, comes in and uses that Scream of Pain. Bottle to double damage, so I wouldn't be surprised if Neon looked for more. Do you see Makoto? I believe that Yopaj is coming around. He goes into the Roche Pit. Sweep is in time. And now Makoto in a lot of trouble. The Burrow Strike to follow it up. Yopaj holding the Sonic Wave, doesn't even need it, takes his life and gets the kill. Going into the Orchid, grabbing a couple of kills, using that double damage, holding the Sonic Wave too. Really well done by Neon. They knew what they wanted. They got one, and with that sleep, they grabbed a second.
I'm a bit worried for Boom's position 4 and 5 because both of them are level 4 right now. One takes the dome, gets him to level 6.
Dream
Another coil.
On to play hard. But here comes Yopaj, here comes Scam. Burrow Strike onto the Earth Spirit. Hot goes down. FBZ, that Dream Coil doesn't garner him anything. And with the double damage, Scream, just not a sweep in time for John Yuel. And, well, Neon close to getting another 2 kills.
And Yopaj just farming the stacks that were made in the jungle. Pops that Arcane Rune. Scream of Pain maxed out. TPs to the bottom lane. Wants to kill on Lifestealer. Let's see if he can force him to use the Rage. There's no need for that because there is a smoke screen. Something that I really like. A lot of Rickies, like in EU, are just not getting it. Like they go 0-4-4-1, 4-4-1 build, and yeah. You get so much value out of this one, especially when you're playing into Puck, into Lifestealer.
Feels very valued. Duration 6 seconds, level 1. It's worth the value point. For sure.
And once again, that was Queen of Pain ulti with the Arcane, so another one will be up in 50 seconds. She can go back to jungle, farm those stacks that she started farming before the TP.
And the thing, too, is they'll have the smoke screen, they'll have that silence. Yopaj is building an Orchid. Multiple ways to get silences onto these heroes, which could really make the fights difficult for really anybody who's caught in those.
Boom should try to make stuff happen right now. Both Earth Spirit and Warlock are level 6.
Burrow Strike hitting on FBZ. He's in a lot of trouble with the Waning Rift as well as the Dream Coil coming in, but there's the Infest. Kescute dead on the other side of this one as Natsumi comes over. FBZ runs under the tower into the trees. Neon will not follow, but Yopaj goes over mid and not allowing Makoto to just pressure the mid-tier 1. Double damage bottled up for Yopaj. He is constantly getting runes here, and they will go for Makoto. They've got the epicenter of the Earth Splitter down. Play hard with credit on that one as Makoto drops for the 3rd time.
Neon is doing a very good job just controlling the rune area, so Queen of Pain always gets those runes. 2 times double damage, 2 times Arcane Rune, and with that double damage she can put a lot of pressure on tier 1 tower on mid. Also, like Sonic Wave, once again available. While all this is happening, Ricky just farming it. And we didn't talk about like the combination with the Chakra Magic to lower the cooldown, like either on ET, and most likely you're going to be looking for Rikimaru, just you know, lower the cooldown on Tricks of the Trade and the Blink Strike, so that's going to be really good. He's on top of the net worth right now.
Yeah, he was sitting a little bit behind that that lifesteal. He's come back and
Dust popped.
going for play hard, but he's under the tower. Just don't have that gap closed. No way to get Makoto to have that blink lasso. He's gone boots travel first. Typical there, but lacking that blink to get right on top, use that dust, get the lasso.
Another
However,
smoke.
they're still gonna potentially...
They want to take a
for
fight.
him?
You know, it's a strong team fight combination. Fatal Bonds, what is that? 3 points, and you have Earth Spirit with the Magnetize. Puck to keep them in place. Neon Esports, they have a good read on the game, how to play the map. So Sanking just instantly falls back to jungle, keeps farming for his Blink Dagger, gets recalled to the bottom lane while Keeper of the Light is stacking some camps for him. And yeah, seems like it's just gonna be 1-for-1 trade. Scan connected, so they know something's up.
TP in, looking for the sweep, but the roll stops that. Jonuel in trouble. Makoto's here with KSQ and FBZ. Easy kill on the Elder Titan, defending that tier 1 tower while taking the one up towards top.
Another smoke. Like, they really want to use those ultis, but can't find really an opening. Just one kill, that's all they got.
That is committing to the smokes. That could be problematic later on, right?
For sure, because they're not finding anything out of these smokes. They managed to kill position 5 Elder Titan. Yeah, check the damage from Ricky. Oh, Queen of Pain. Like, he was hesitating. Yopaj, so far, like, this is the second kill on a lifestealer that he could have got if he used the Sonic Wave. Like the one on the bottom lane when he blinked in.
Throw strike on FBZ. Sonic Wave this time. Phase shift, but not going to be enough to stay alive. FBZ, Yopaj with that one. Goes and finds High. Kezcube nearby.
He gets the rune. Blocks him. Wow, man.
Right on it every single time. Hyde in trouble. Burrow strike hits. Double kill for Yopaj. Kezcube just has to run. The aggression from Neon has been well placed, whereas Boom, who are working with these smokes, haven't really found much from them at all.
Yeah, 2 smokes, 1 target, that's all they could find. Lifestealer, he's just farming, you know. He sees there's an Orchid on Queen of Pain, so he's like, yeah, I need to take care of myself. I see Manta Style queued up. Most of the time, I'm not a big fan, because it's a lot of gold investment just to be able to get rid of the silence, and it doesn't give you, you know, that much. Yeah, some move speed, some attack speed stats, but we'll see how it goes. Like, I've seen a lot of Manta Styles and Lifestealer and Weaver from time to time where it just feels like there's a better item, you know. There's like, I should have invested these 5,000 gold into something else.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Dream Coil, Lasso, and Natsumi.
Big kill.
That's his first death. Big one for Boom. Slowing down that Battle Fury, which is close to finishing. Burrow strike in on Kezcube. And Play Hard gets the kill, and they'll look for the tier 1 tower a second time. FBZ inside the trees, but looking safe for now. Tier 1, not so much.
After getting the damage item, the control with Queen of Pain, he decides to get a BKB, which I really like, and I see a Lincoln Sphere queued up, so he's covering himself against everything, so can play really aggressive. Like, once you get those 2 items, it's still a long way to do it, but you know, you have something against the lasso, and everything they have is just straight up magical damage. So BKB is a must.
And the BKB lasso, especially with what we've been seeing from Yopaj already, and he does play this aggressive style, so it's no surprise that he wants to continue to have that be enabled. Get the BKB, have the lasso, make sure you can't get locked down, and then from there, put on the pressure. And by the time he gets the BKB as well as the Lincolns, now with Ricky having that Battle Fury, you're hoping that he's got a little bit more in his arsenal where these fights get easier if you're Neon. But where's the response from Boom? What are they looking for to kind of respond to this?
They already used their smokes, so it's kind of hard. We still haven't seen Magnetize nor Rock 18 minutes in. There is a blank lasso available in 15 seconds, so I feel like Boom is on a clock here where they need to keep fighting. They're not getting anything out of their spells, which benefits Neon. Like this Ricky, he's farming. Like he's really, you know, good to play this game for another 50 minutes. He doesn't care about fights right now.
And it seems like that max timer that Boom are on continues to tick down when they get further and further behind. In a spot where maybe right now they should be the ones with, you know, the aggression and the lead. But they're behind 4K. They've all grouped up and gone towards top. All 5 heroes here towards the tier 2 tower. But again, Neon with the proper read.
Possibly be? I don't know. Everyone's just showing on top. So Neon will probably just try to split the map, maybe get a pick off if someone else shows on the map. Yopaj just pushing the bottom lane. There it is. Now they're drawing a line on a minimap. Want to make stuff happen. I feel like Boom has been trying to make stuff happen for the last, what, 10 minutes? Oh, bad, that's a big kill. Blink, onto Blink action.
Ooh, play hard. Blinking and whiffing on that. The Flame Break hits 3. They've also got the Dream Coil as well as the Silence. Here comes the ulti from KezQ. Now the jump to the back lines from Natsumi. He just wants to leave for now. They haven't killed off anybody on Neon just yet. They'll look for Scam, finish off the Coddle. Drew going after Play Hard. Doesn't have a Burrow Strike available for 6 more seconds. That means he's dead to rights. Drew gets credit for that one. 2 for nil. But they did drop quite a bit.
Now this is exactly what they needed. Just find a good opening. John Will's ET made a good counterplay with Echo Stomp and Earth Splitter, but it's not enough. Like Queen of Pain still doesn't have a BKB, but there they go in.
And there's the Silence, there's the smoke screen. They've got the lasso. Can they kill off Natsumi? He's got Tricks of the Trade, gets back onto the high ground. Sonic Wave pushing back Drew as well as Hyde. Hyde onto the low ground, Blink Strike back up to the high ground for Natsumi, but the roll comes in from Hyde, hits onto the Queen of Pain. They've got the Tricks of the Trade, they get the kill onto the Earth Spirit. They've also killed off Drew, so 2 heroes dead on the side of Boom, and now it's time for them to retreat, but KezQ might not be so lucky. He starts the TP, Play Hard's here, Burrow Strike hits, and down he goes.
Great understanding from Neon how much damage they can deal. You know, with just 3 heroes there. Ricky also playing on the knife's edge, going in, then being able to get out without dying. So that's pretty big. What does he have queued up? Just he bought the Blades of Alacrity. He doesn't even know what to buy. Like in the last minute, he changed his item build. Like he wanted to get the Aghanim Scepter. Understands like there's a ton of silences, you know, so I might need a way of dispelling things. So Manta's queued up now. I still feel like the BKB is a safer choice.
And now he queues up the Axe. He just switched again. He's definitely going over it. We saw this with Troll earlier today. Picked up that Blade of Alacrity first, and then thought about it, and then yesterday too.
It was yesterday, yeah, where he wanted to get the Aghanim Scepter, then realized, yeah, there are not too many good things I can dispel on the enemies, and they don't have any abilities that are dispellable, so I'll just get something else. Decided to get Yasha into BKB. I mean, if they somehow manage to get one more good fight, if he's not in